meeting. Today's Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. It is 7 p.m. We're in the Great Hall in the Sears Building. Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll call?
Sure. Councilor Pesh.
Present.
Councilor Santos.
Present.
Councilor Samard.
Here.
Councilor Valley.
Present.
Councilor DiZoglio.
Present.
Councilor Drew.
Here.
Councilor McLaurin.
Present.
And Councilor Marsan.
Here.
Chair Soto.
Present.
All present.
Thank you. Let's please stand for, actually, we'll take an acceptance of the agenda. I'll take a motion to accept the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Pesh, seconded by Councilor Valley. To accept the agenda as is. Was there a request to make a change? I think, Councilor, were you changing the order, Councilor?
Oh, yes. Sorry. I would like to change, to make a motion to change the order of business from number 7 to number 4.
Okay, so we're moving proclamations and correspondence up above after the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second it.
So there's a motion made by Councilor Santos, a second by Councilor Pesh. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please remain standing.
In the words of the late, great Martin Luther King Jr., darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that.
I want to read Psalms 127:1. It's a biblical verse that says, "Unless the Lord builds the house, the builder's labor is in vain. Unless the Lord watches over the city, the guardian's watch in vain." This means that no human effort can be done alone if the created to create lasting success, safety, or meaningful. Everything ultimately depends on God's blessings and guidance.
Thank you.
I'd like you to remain standing for a moment of silence. Recently, we lost two very giving members of the Methuen community, Bob Lefebvre and Norman Jones. We were also asked by a resident for a moment to add to the moment of silence in the name of Keith Porter, Renee Good, Silveria Villegas Gonzalez. So if you would remain standing for a brief moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. You may take your seats. Great. Under organizational business, adoption of the City Council rules and procedures as amended. Actually, my fault. We've moved up the citations.
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor. Sorry for that. So moving on to number 7, replacing it before number 4. We have a citation on behalf of Counselor Santos. If you may, please take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So today I'm very happy and honored to present a citation to Wally Correa. He's the owner of E&W Body Shop. For more than 15 years, Wally has been serving the Central District of Methuen with commitment and his entrepreneurship spirits. He has built trust, local business, and strengthened our city and served an important source of employment for our members of the community. Wally, I just want to say that he has gone for the last 4 months. He has had a hardship because the street where his business is located has been worked on. So it has been affecting his business for the last 4 months. And he has endured this with no complaints and had also worked with the community to make sure that that neighborhood is safe. So I am honored to present this to Wally Correa.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you. I'm really shy, so I'm not going to say a lot of stuff, but thank you. Oh, thank you.
If I may, I have a quick bonus.
Yeah.
Wally reached out several months ago to have a meeting about ways that the city, our DPW, can better support his business. And in keeping with your citation, we have an extra one
very nice.
from my
Thank you,
office as
Mr.
well. So
Mayor.
thank you, Councilor Santos.
Thank you. Look at that. Beautiful.
Also, I have a citation for Mary Nunez. She's the owner of Glamour Nails, a beauty spa. She's been serving our community for the last 15 years with excellent service and her hard work. She has built a business in our city that is also I'm sorry. That she's also a dedicated business owner that has impacted the small business owners in our community economy and neighborhood life. Mary, congratulations, Councilor.
Thank you so much. I've been in business for 15 years in the city of Methuen, and I am proud to see a Spanish-speaking city councilor representing our city. Thank you.
Great. The next item that we have on the agenda, it is Outstanding Service Award. This is something new. I had circulated to the council through our clerk, and I wanted to give some reference to what it is moving forward. And so the premise of the Outstanding Service Award, it's the Outstanding Service Award is established to recognize by the Methuen City Council any city employee, vendor, consultant who in the course of their professional duties or contractual engagement has been identified to the mayor or the city council as having provided exceptional service to a resident of Methuen, Massachusetts. This award acknowledges conduct that exceeds standard expectation, demonstrates professionalism, responsiveness, and care, and reflects a commitment to serving the resident of the city of Methuen with distinction. So for the first citation ever, this Outstanding Service Award is accompanied by a living plant, which you'll see near our chief, as a symbol of public service. Like this plant, your work has taken root through reliability, care, and professionalism. Your daily efforts, often behind the scenes, have strengthened our city operations and improved the lives of our residents. As this plant continues to grow, it reflects the lasting impact of your service to our community. May this serve as a reminder that your work continues to grow and make a difference well beyond today. And so that first recognition is to Ann Lloyd Saralidis, and I'll read the recognition as well. This is presented in recognition of exemplary dedication, professionalism, and sustained service to the city. The accompanying living plant symbolizes the care, stewardship, and lasting impact of your contributions to municipal service and the community we serve. Thank you, and I congratulate you. If Miss Ann Lloyd to release, thank you, ma'am. If you'd like to say a few words, you can. If not, that's fine. Could you give her plant? Sure. We're gonna give you your plant, ma'am, in the citation. and next is a citation, and it's behalf of Counselor Valley. I'm sorry, I lost my place on. Amy Priante Walkowitz. Now, Counselor, if you would mind sharing the story behind the citation so that the public and the counselors can understand how this comes about.
Sure. I nominated Amy after receiving positive messages from residents praising her professionalism, kindness, and timely communication. It's important that we take the time to highlight and celebrate the great work that the city's employees do. And Amy truly represents outstanding service to our community. Congratulations, and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to also commend the mayor. He has an in-office recognition for his employees. So the first recognition that was given today was because of the mayor. So if you'd like to share that story, please do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that we've started to do is put out a weekly internal newsletter to everybody here in the building. And anytime a resident, anybody reaches out to share kudos for a job well done, anytime, say, a member of a departmental team recognizes a coworker for going above and beyond, the goal is to recognize that. I think it's something that's important for us to do in terms of our culture. And so I thank Madam Chair for bringing this into the public square so that our residents can see the tremendous work that folks are doing and realizing that there's a lot of good that is done. It's often unseen, unrecognized, and this changes that. And I'm very grateful for your recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, so moving on to the regular agenda. So under organizational business, we have adoption of the city council rules and procedures as amended. I'll take a motion to accept them as amended.
So moved.
Motion from Counselor Pesh, second from Counselor DeZoglio. Counselor Drew.
Madam Chair, I have a few questions on some of these. Is there a way to just go through each of them, to just line item them, I know it's not a ton of them, but I just want to attach them as we go through, because I know there are some questions that I know other counselors may have.
Okay. So I need to pass the motion before we discuss.
Okay.
So my apologies. So we'll pass the motion, then we'll discuss, and then if you don't mind, you could go a line item by line item. Is that okay on what you have with questions?
Yeah, I know I have at least one question.
Perfect, okay. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Motion carries.
So, Madam Chair, just
Discussion, yeah?
discussion. As I looked through this, we had taken out a line item for the financial analyst, and that it's put in our charter, so it is part of our home rule petition. So I don't think we can delete it, and I would ask the solicitor if that is something we can actually delete out of this.
You can delete it out of your rules. It hasn't been filled in quite a while. I think it's been, I think the Charter Commission is recommending an aligning change, whether that ultimately makes it through this council and through the legislature, I don't know. But originally the charter referred to the city auditor, which became a fiscal analyst after that. But you can remove it from your rules if you wish.
Okay, and it's just line items currently in our budget as a $1 line item, correct?
Sorry, but Vice was telling me something.
No problem. That position is only line itemed in our,
Correct.
as a dollar line item, it's just $1.
Correct.
All right, that's all. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified for the public that we were deleting that for that. And then I would honestly like to do a vote on the public participation again about the addressing people's addresses fully. I just feel as though it does, I feel like it might hinder people from feeling they can't come up to the microphone because their affiliations with things. So I just would like to address that.
So for clarification, Counselor, you're asking that the amended item on, is this in pertaining to the full address?
Yes,
Okay. That be brought back to its original,
back to the original that it was in there as.
okay, so you're making a motion?
Yes, making a motion to bring back to the original.
Let's read the original wording, Counselor.
So the line item that was struck is, all citizens wishing to speak shall notify the council clerk's office in person, by mail, or by telephone of their name, address, and subject. Such information shall be listed in the journal kept in the council clerk's office for this purpose. This journal shall be available in the council office prior to the council meeting. The speaker shall be heard in order of their names appear on the journal. In addition, a counselor can recognize a person in the audience who has the same expertise on the subject to speak. Did you want me to read the new, or are we leaving that?
The new as well,
You want me to read the new as well?
please.
The news line item reads, citizens wishing to speak in person may sign up at the scheduled meeting by providing their name, full address on the sheet provided of said meeting. Speakers shall be heard in the order in which they are listed on the group. A citizen may also recognized by the council chair or any member of the city council through the chair. Additionally, a citizen wishing to have a statement read into the record at a city council meeting may do so, submitting their statement along with the request for the same and a full name and address to the council clerk's office by 4 p.m. of the day of the council meeting, for which they would be like the statement read. Such statement shall be limited to 2 single-paragraph pages, double-spaced, and at least 12-point font for easier reading. As everybody can tell, I can't read that. Any statement that do not comply with the requirements may not be admissible in the meeting. Clerk shall make reasonable efforts to modify the sender or notify the sender of corrections needed. However, each correction will not extend the submission deadline. So I guess my concern is really the full address component of that.
Counselor Pesh.
Just a question, Councilor Drew. Normally they don't write it. Do they write it on the participation sheet? They don't, right?
Yes, they do.
They do.
Yes.
So I know they say it verbally.
Yes.
So what part do you want changed from the new? Just the full address part?
I just don't like the full address component. I feel it was brought to me from people that they feel as though it's going to hinder people's willingness to walk up to the microphone and speak.
So is there an alternative? Would you prefer a city? Like, I'm just thinking from my standpoint, sometimes it's helpful to know if someone is a resident or not, or where they're from.
I don't,
So, you know what I mean? Some, I guess,
I don't disagree with that. I just don't like I know in previous times I've had to go to council meetings in other municipalities, and I feel as though when I have said my address, they just don't really pay much attention to me. And I have had people ask me that question: will they feel less if they come up and say they're not from Methuen? Will their comments not be held with the same weight?
So I understand what you're saying. I guess for me, it does weight differently sometimes. Not to say that someone outside of the city could have more of a vested interest than a resident on a particular matter.
Agreed.
So to me, it wouldn't necessarily sway me, but if we're talking about something that directly impacts Methuen residents, and let's just say, for the sake of argument, I get 6 of my friends who have no skin in the game to speak on my matter, without knowing where they're from, seemingly involved with the issue, then I would have a problem blindly listening to that. It kind of creates like a false sense of support or, a force against something. So I guess I like the address, but I thought more where you were going is I would be open to maybe at least stating the city or the state, or again, their interest in the matter, right? Because sometimes their city or state, you're still going to wonder, but they might be a corporation who's doing business, again, speaking on something. I just want to know their interest in the matter, right?
I agree with that, that you do want to know what their interest is, but at the same time, like you said, there are people who may be in business or have other affiliations in other groups that care about something, and their concerns may be just as valid for the way Methuen's going to move forward. So it just sits funny with me, and I'm just asking to just strike the full address component. When I asked it at the last meeting, I stated my full address with the zip code and everything, and that's the full address.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a little overkill when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Councilor DeZoglio?
Pointing to Councilor Drew, I kind of thought that was kind of over. If I say I'm 16 Central Street, Methuen, Mass. 01844, everybody knows I'm from Massachusetts and my zip code. So I just wonder if we could, that was my suggestion, is maybe we strike the Mass in 01844. I don't think we're going to say to them, oh, you didn't say the zip code or the state, so you can't talk. But I also think it's kind of an overkill if we're asking them Massachusetts 01844. So if we just say 16 Central Street, Methuen, that should be the end of it. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Samard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're getting too complicated. I think you put a sheet up there that says name and address, and then it becomes your discretion as to whether or not the information they provided was suffice. But I agree with Councilor Pesci. If we get an unaccepted way and there's a resident up there talking about Nelson, I want to know that because there's a special interest. But as far as the zip code and, from Ottumwa, Iowa, I don't think it's relevant, So,
Thank
my
you.
2 cents.
Any further discussion? Councilor Marsan.
I think we should just keep it to Methuen residents. Write your address. You don't have to go into detail. Just write your address. And we want Methuen residents or Methuen business. If you're a business here, we're going to listen to you. If your point of interest is pertinent to what we're talking about. So I just think we need to keep it to residents. So thank you.
Thank you.
If everyone's.
Councilor Pesch.
Thank you. I would defer to the solicitor if Councilor Drew were happy with that sort of middle ground, how to, instead of full address solicitor, something like sufficient, or some word that would give discretion to make, or an identifiable address, something, I don't know. Do you have a better word?
No.
Come on.
It's totally at your discretion. Public participation is not required under the open meeting law. It's completely at your discretion what terms you set, as long as they're not content-based terms with what people are saying. If you feel it's relevant for people to give their address, and I would just point out, we're on the New Hampshire border. We do have a lot of interaction with New Hampshire residents. They file claims and other things. Sometimes it's relevant to know that they're from New Hampshire. Perhaps I leave that totally to the council discretion as to whether or not you want address, full address, zip code. I have no opinion on that.
So maybe a friendly amendment, Councilor Drew, maybe we strike full and just put address?
Yeah, I could
From that
be
line?
fine with that if we just struck full as the friendly amendment. So if I make a motion to amend?
There's a motion to amend by Councilor Drew, second by Councilor Samard. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Goes back to address, which was what was there before.
Strike full back to address.
So instead of full address, it'll read address. Thank you. Any more changes or amendments to our procedures, rules and procedures? If there, I have one. I circulated it, and it's clarifying language. It's highlighted in green. I think you all may have received it or, and so I wanted to point out page 4 under Rule 2, Section E. So this just happened this past week where we had a holiday yesterday and our meeting was moved to Tuesday. And when I went back to the rule to understand if I could extend the date to the mayor's office and the council, I was really confused. So in essence, it's the same, it's just clarifying the language. So it gives the extension clearly of the day to the body to extend for department heads to provide what they have to bring to the table. Instead of it being the usual Tuesday by noon, they would have had a grace period until Wednesday by noon. And so that's what that is. So if you didn't have a minute to read it, and you can now, and see if it's okay with you. In essence, it says the same, is just when we did it last time, the examples were not as clear. This really specifies the dates. So I'll take a motion, and I guess I'll give this to my vice, and I'd like to make a motion for that amendment to happen on.
Second.
So there's a
Motion and a second. For any discussion? Sure, Councilor Drew.
So my question for this, and this is purely because I'm still new at this, trying to figure this all out. If we have a special meeting, this will go into effect with it also. Typically, we have to have everything posted within a certain amount of time for the public. This won't affect any of that? It shouldn't have any overlap with any of those items?
Counselor, it spells out for when Monday's the legal holiday. If you look at the top, where it says agenda and backup submission deadlines for holidays and closures. So if the mayor called that there was a storm and he needed to extend his deadline because of the storm, this allows us to do that for him. Or me as the chair. But everything else would remain because we'd have to meet the deadlines, correct?
Any further discussion? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
So I just want to point out that this is a new amendment, so you're going to have to vote on it twice.
On this one.
Yeah, the other ones that are not changing or that are amendments of previous amendments will go into effect when voted this time, because we discussed them and voted on them last time.
Thank you, Mr. Solicitor. Thank you. All right. Next item is our council. Yeah. No, actually, we didn't. We need to vote on the full all the amendments that we did last meeting on our rules and regs as a whole. So I will take a motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Pesch, second by Councilor DeZoglio. Should I take a roll call on this? Why don't we do that? Any discussion? No. Because we need 6 votes. Madam Clerk? Yes. Thank you.
Councilor Peck.
And just clarification, this is for all the rules except for the newly done one.
As amended on January 5th.
Yep. Yes.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Samard.
Yes.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
Councilor McLaurin.
Yes.
Councilor Marsan.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Motion carries. Council subcommittee appointments. I wanted to share with all of you that I've assigned your committees, and I want to circulate that. I've also, per our charter or rules and regs, the the committee you're on, if you're the first one, and I'll read them out. Committee for Athletic and Recreation Enhancement, you have Counselor Valley, Counselor Drew, and Counselor McLaren. Economic Development Committee, you have Counselor Marsan, Counselor McLaren, Counselor Santos. Finance Committee, you have Counselor Pesh, Counselor Drew, Counselor Santos. Public Safety, you have Counselor DeZoglio, Counselor Valley, Counselor Soto. Unaccepted Ways Task Force, you have Counselor Valley, Counselor Marsan, Counselor Soto. Veteran Affairs, Counselor DeZoglio and Counselor Pesh. An ad hoc committee, which I named, brand new committee, Counselor McLaren and myself. This is to work in conjunction with IT department and MCS for the audio visual in this room and the lighting. So that committee will work on that for a tenure of about 6 months. So I passed those out. So I also will be sending, and again, these are suggestions that I have for each chair. So on your committee list, if you're listed as the first person on the committee, you are the chair of that committee on your first meeting. It is to those counselors to decide whether you will remain the chair or not, okay? And you will vote amongst yourself on that action. So, for example, I'll go to Counselor McLaren. You're our chair for the IT, Audiovisual and Lighting Committee. So I would defer to you to schedule that first meeting. And you would prepare the agenda, obviously, with the clerk's help. And we would take our own minutes at that meeting and you would provide as chair of that committee an update at the next council meeting in regards to what we did. So that's just an example of how the subcommittees work. Are there any questions on that? No? Yes, Counselor?
Counselor Chair, I didn't hear my name.
Did you email me, Counselor?
No, I didn't. Yeah.
Okay. So what I did is everybody that emails me, I prioritized where they wanted to land as far as their committee. So right now there's space at Veteran Affairs. There are some, and that's what I was going to refer to next. There's suggested projects that I'm giving each committee. Obviously, that body decides what they're going to work on. I'll give you an example.
Thank you.
The finance, I'm sorry, I didn't pass it to the left. My apologies, Counselor. I just passed it this way. The finance committee, for example, I gave you some suggestions. City assets and inventory review is one of them, based on the resolutions that were on the floor tonight. If that passes, that would connect to that committee. Revolving funds and special revenue review, along with the CAFO, I pointed out that she should be involved in those committee meetings. Budget process and calendar improvements, work with the mayor on that. Those are just suggestions to that committee, Mr. Mayor. So if you feel that there's something you want to prioritize, please let me know. But they'll pick from those suggestions what they want to do or bring their own right to the table. So in essence, if there's something that you'd like to recommend, please let me know and we'll let them know.
Is there a date of that email? Because I don't remember getting that email. Was there a date? And was it to my private email or the city email? Do you know?
So I'm confused, Counselor. Are you asking me if
You
there's...
sent an email, you said, to ask councilors what committee they wanted to be on?
No. So last meeting, I announced that by the next meeting, I will have assignments to your subcommittees to please email me your request to those committees. So in essence, everybody emailed, texted, and Drew and I don't mean to point you guys out. Counselor Drew and Counselor Santos showed up that evening, and they physically gave me their committees that evening. So they didn't email, text, or call. So, my apologies if you were expecting an email, but I didn't email that out. I mentioned it at the last meeting. So if you'd like to be...
No, I'll wait till next year.
Okay. Thank you. Next on the agenda. No, we have to vote on the committees. So I'll take a motion to accept the subcommittees as presented.
Motion to accept the subcommittee as presented.
Motion by Counselor Valley,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Santos. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we're opening public participation. If I could please have the public participation list.
I just gave it to you, Madam Chair. I brought it up there.
We're-
Did you get it already? Oh, I'm sorry. It's right here. It's right here. Sorry.
My apologies, Counselor. Thank you. Yes, I do.
At this time, we will open public participation. Speakers are reminded to address all remarks to the chair. Each speaker must state their full name and address for the record and will be allotted a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. Speakers are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and orderly manner. Disruptive behavior, including yelling, screaming, or other unruly actions, will not be permitted. If such behavior occurs, the chair may direct Sergeant-at-Arms, the police chief, or the designee to intervene as necessary to restore order and ensure the orderly conduct of this meeting. Thank you. I'm sure we'll have no problem with our first public participant, Linda Susie.
I have to stop looking mad, though. Everybody says I look mad when I'm talking. I'm going to go out of order of what I was going to talk about. First of all, I want to congratulate Wally Carrera from E&W Auto Body on receiving the citation tonight. They have consistently shown a strong commitment to working with neighborhood residents and our supportive presence in our community. The past more than 4 months, believe me, of construction has been very difficult for his customers and vendors alike to get to his business. While we worked with the mayor's office to solve these issues, the disruption still placed a significant strain on his business. Despite these challenges, he has always remained welcoming, positive, and focused on helping the neighbors. His resilience and community support truly deserve our recognition tonight. Thank you, Wally. And now I'll go on to the snow emergency parking ban. Like I said before, I'm in favor of option 2, which maintains the current winter parking ban, but increases the enforcement measures. The fines would increase from $25 to $100 for the first violation and $200 for subsequent violations. Vehicles would also be subject to towing, and the ban would be enforced during every declared snow emergency. But we truly believe that these procedures have to be followed. So if the car is on the street, like if you want to drive through my neighborhood right now, I can name 10 cars that still have all the snow on it and have not moved at all. And I did not see one of those orange things on the windshield, meaning a ticket. It's very important that they move their vehicles just because of allowing all of our emergency responders down through the neighborhood. It's a densely populated neighborhood. You have 2 and 3 and 4 and 6 tenements that, you know, before they had maybe 1 or 2 cars. But we're talking about some of these buildings have 8 or 10 cars because the kids have a car, the mother has a car, the father has a car. It's not like it was before. So we have to get these off the street. And I like the fact that they have put in the off-street parking at different places, like the Neil Playstead and different places for people to park if they don't have anywhere to park. A lot of the landlords won't let their people park in their driveways, which makes no sense to me. But I'm also in favor, I've told the chief this, of the enhanced notification system. This is where there'll be a flashing blue light that says that there is an snow emergency parking ban. And I think that's very important for us to have. I know he had sent something to Ron and myself about how much that would cost, and it's going to be in the range of between $25,000 and $50,000. But this needs to be implemented. Not everybody has their phone number with the police department or the reverse 911 in order to get a call that says the snow emergency parking ban is on. People don't have Facebook. I don't have Facebook. I know you find it hard to believe, but I don't want any part of that. I don't have social media. There's none of this Twitter or any of that other stuff on my phone or anywhere else. So there has to be other ways to let people know, especially our elderly or disabled, that there is a parking ban. Like I said, I think it makes sense to continue with the current ban while increasing the fines and enforcement measures. If after this winter these changes prove ineffective, then we have to look at another option. But for right now, I think we stay with what we have. I've talked to the neighborhood residents. We've talked about it at neighborhood meetings, and this is what they're interested in trying and seeing if just the increase in the fine. You know, $25, am I going to go move my car? I'm in bed, nice and warm. $100, I'm getting out of my bed, going down and moving my car. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Jennifer Loisel.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Council and members of the public. Let's see, I'm trying to decide how to start because there was so much. I think start like with the serious stuff and then end with the positive stuff so we can end on a positive note. So thank you for allowing me the time to speak tonight. My name is Jennifer, and I am a resident of Methuen. I am also a sociologist, an artist, an art advocate, and a social justice activist. These roles shape how I understand the world, but more importantly, they place me in close relationship with people's lived experiences, especially fear, loss, and the consequences of injustice when it goes unaddressed. I'm here to speak about something kind of scary for some of us in our community. I'm scared, genuinely, which is why I'm here tonight to talk with you guys, not hypothetically and not politically, but in a really real lived way. As a person of color and as a woman, I have already lost rights that I had just a year ago. Rights that, you know, some people in this room and in our city are still able to enjoy. That reality is really, really frightening, especially right now, to be a person of color. It affects how I move through the world, but I know it's affecting just how so many people right now are moving through the world, moving through America. I am also deeply unsettled by what is happening around us locally. Knowing that federal immigration enforcement facilities are operating in our region, in Burlington, and soon in Merrimack, New Hampshire, has changed how many people are living their daily lives. The disappearance of the enforcement vehicles from public view in Burlington does not bring comfort. It brings uncertainty, and uncertainty breeds fear. I know people who now carry their passports with them everywhere they go. I do. I know people who hesitate before driving, before attending events, before participating in public life, before bringing their kids into Boston to much needed doctor's appointments. That's me. Not because they have done anything wrong, but simply because they are afraid of being a misunderstood target, or swept into a system they cannot navigate or escape from. I do not believe at all that I am alone in this fear. Tonight, I'm here not to accuse, I'm not here to disrupt. I'm just really here to ask respectfully for reassurance and clarity from our city's leadership. I'm asking the city of Methuen, its elected officials, our police department, to publicly affirm that this is a city where residents are safe, where our constitutional rights, due process, and dignity matter, and where people can trust that their local government will look out for them. Public reassurances matter, words matter, silence in moments like this can feel like abandonment. I also want to speak in grief. People have been killed during encounters with immigration enforcement. Others have been seriously injured or permanently maimed. There are documented reports of sexual assault and abuse. These are not abstract stories. These are real lives, and I do not want them to be Methuenite lives. Even when these harms do not occur here, their impact ripples outward, creating fear and trauma far beyond the places that they are happening. For that reason, I respectfully request a moment of silence for those who have lost their lives and for those whose lives have been permanently altered during encounters with U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement. Silence, when chosen intentionally, can be an act of humanity, remembrance, and grace. And if we may just have another quick moment of silence. My heart's beating so fast here. I'm speaking tonight not because I want attention, but because I want safety for myself and for my children who are children of color. For my children's friends, I picked up my daughter's friend today on the way to school, and all I could think of is, I don't want these children of color walking around by themselves. It's just a scary time to be doing that.
Ms. Loisel, I don't mean to cut you off, but we are at the 5-minute mark.
No
Just wanted to
worries.
tell you.
I apologize for my time. I will quickly wrap up. I'm just asking those entrusted with leadership to help us, to see us, and to affirm that our lives and our rights matter here in Methuen. Thank you for listening, and I do want to say it was really lovely to be here and see all of the wonderful things that are happening in Methuen and the wonderful, especially people of color that are doing some great things in our city. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is George Richardson here?
Madam Chair, I would like to request a break to have some picture taken with the business owners that received the citation today before they leave.
Okay, a 2-minute recess.
Sorry,
Councilor-
Mr. Richardson, we'll be
Councilor
right back
Santos,
to
yeah.
public participation.
Yeah.
Wally.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Thank you for joining us this evening. If you could please state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
My name is George Richardson. I live in 19A Central Street, Methuen.
Thank you.
I'm gonna pass on some flyers.
You just want. Thank you, sir. The clerk is just going to make copies for everyone. She's going to, so don't mind us. Thank you.
Okay. The reason I am here is because in relation to, can I have one of the flyers? I saw that I have one extra one.
That's great.
Thank you. Is because the parking ban and winter ticket that I have yesterday, I didn't have a lot of time to prepare because between getting to pick up the car and getting to go to work and doing the flyer, it's being a roller coaster. Thank you for I emailed you in relation to this, so everything coming together too fast. I thank everyone for opening the mind to me, all right? I know that many of you trying to keep the city as safe as possible, particularly in wintertime. I know that many people here are concerned with the emergency response to this emergency response to the situations that happen around the town. I understand that. But you have to realize that not everybody here have driveway, and there are many people renting now here. In some of the conditions that, thank you, that people rent right now are not ideal for the people renting, because there are very few houses or apartments that you can rent. Those that are available usually have a price that is 2 or 3 times what it was 5 years ago. So people don't have the luxury to pick necessarily where they want to live. Is something that can afford at the same time that they can find it. Usually a person that is renting get like 120 people looking. So it's kind of situation where sometimes you have to live in or accept to live in a condition that not necessarily you agree to. So some of the condition is with the parking. I used to have a studio in Methuen, in Broadway. I used to work, I work with the library, with the public library. I've been working with the public library for years as a volunteer, creating stuff, events. I work with the 98.1 FM, the radio station here in Broadway. Those places have parking, but when you go to houses here, some then has driveway, other don't have. I want to portray, because I didn't have the time to write, we photograph what was happening. In the first photograph, what you see is the parking in front of my house, the street, what kind of snow we have after they remove the car. But that photo was taken to 4:55. So if the reason to take my car away was to remove the snow, and when I wake up to go to pick up my car to go my work, I didn't find my car. How is it possible that 4:55 p.m. when I come back from work, there is still snow there? So the real reason was not to remove the snow. The real reason was to do something else, just to look like working. There is one parking. There is one space in my house that have a driveway. But in front of the driveway, in photo 2, you will see that there is some equipment that somebody is working in front of. So where do I park? If there is an equipment actually in front of my parking space, I only can park one car. Right? So first, it's difficult to get a parking space, a driveway to park. Then when you have it, you have an equipment in front of it. So what do you do? Now, in the photo number.
Mr. Richardson.
Yes.
So we're our time has expired for the presentation. It's 5 minutes. Do you want to conclude the thought? So your car, what I'm understanding is your car was towed because it was in the street, but the snow was still left behind, even though it was towed to clean the snow. My understanding?
Yes, this is one of the second reason I am here is they charge $198, $92.
Is that the ticket or the pickup fee?
This is the whole cost of removing the car.
Okay.
To get in my car back, I had to pay $192. Now, look at the photo number 2 and 3, where they put the car.
Okay.
So you have to understand that what you are doing is creating unfair burden on the working class people. You have the privilege to have a driveway where you can park. This is not what is happening with the majority of the people that you represent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Is there anyone else here that didn't sign up but would like to speak public participation? I don't see any. We did have one email that was received to be read into the record, if I may, Madam Chair. Through you, Honorable Chair Soto, good evening to the City Council, Mr. Mayor, the offices of the Council, and the community as a whole. For the record, my name is Alejandro Baez, and I reside at 152 Center Street. First, I thank you for your time and energy devoted to the important matters of the city and your commitment to the community input. With that said, please divert your attention to TR 26-5 and TR 26-6. These resolutions ask for comprehensive audits of public spaces in Methuen and non-school city-owned facilities. These proposed audits, brought to the floor by Councilor Drew, are both prudent and proactive. The prudence shown in the attempt to organize and understand our public property proves minuscule to the proactiveness of this measure. Clearly stated, if resolved, these audits will contribute towards a citywide 5 to 10 year capital improvement plan. Though ambitious, I applaud the initiative. It's worth noting that this is no small feat, and it's key to go about this process in a responsible and deliberate manner. Therefore, at the discretion of the council, I respectfully propose an addition to these resolutions, which can be accepted through a friendly amendment and majority vote. My proposal entails the council further resolving the creation of a facilities subcommittee. As this is the first reading, I invite the council to amend the proposed structure of the subcommittee to have the necessary departments and input for maximum success. However, here is the initial structure. 3 council members, the director of DPW or their designee, and the CAFO. The fundamental purpose of this subcommittee is twofold. First, it is to work with each other to create 5 to 10 year CIP and to work with the auditors when the time comes for the same end. Second, it is to perpetually be proactive about facility issues and needs. I am firmly convinced that the public participation shouldn't just be about airing our grievances, but about offering input through possible solutions. That is what civic duty, being involved, and caring about this community is about. I hope that my neighbors follow suit, and I hope the City Council is serious about community input. Respectfully and with peace, Alejandro Baez.
Thank you, Councilor. With that, that concludes public participation. We're moving on to reading and acceptance of the minutes from our previous meeting, which is December 30th, 2025, special meeting. Is there a motion to accept the minutes?
So moved.
Motion from Councilor DeZoglio. Is there a second on the floor?
Second.
Second by Councilor Valley. Any discussion?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I will be voting present on it as I was not part of that city council at the time.
Councilor DeZoglio is present. Anyone else abstaining or voting present?
I'll also abstain.
So Drew
Present.
Marsan. Councilor Samard? Thank you. So I have 3 councilors voting present, Madam Clerk. Councilor McLaren, Councilor Drew, and Councilor DeZoglio. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And we have our abstentions. That motion carries. Thank you for that. Consideration of appointments. I'll take a motion to, and all of these are 5 votes, Mr. Solicitor, with the exception if we do vote for 10+ year appointment.
Yes, so I just want to point out that there are 2 appointments on here that go beyond the 10 years. And I did some additional research today, and I would like the council to table 2 of these appointments while I determine whether or not these folks can be reappointed. One is Kenneth Soterio to the Conservation Commission, and there is one other one, D. Fiore, Raymond D. Fiore, and I will tell you why. In 2010, the council passed a resolution that was vetoed by the mayor at the time and then overridden, which is now reflected in Section 380 of the Methuen Municipal Ordinances, establishing a 10-year limit on terms of office for boards and commissions. It does allow people to be reappointed to a board who have served under 10 years if their term would go over 10 years during the term of appointment by a 2/3 vote. But it says, provided, however, that should a person upon his or her reappointment have served less than 10 years, then such restriction shall be interpreted to allow him to serve out the balance of any specific term of office past said 10-year period, but he shall not be reappointed. And I believe that makes people who have served a full 10 years not eligible for reappointment under this ordinance. I do want to take some time to see if there was anything passed in the interim from 2010 forward. I did look earlier today. I haven't found anything yet, but for those 2 appointments, I would like the council to wait till the next meeting to act on those. Appointments only require one vote, so the rest of them require 5 votes. You only require 6 votes to go to appoint somebody who will span 10 years or more but who did not have 10 years at the time of their appointment.
May I ask a clarifying question? Now that you've stated such, we've done 10-year plus appointments. This body, I'm sorry, the body before, not this
Sure,
particular
yeah.
body.
I mean, we have to look at that. I mean, this has been an issue as well that the Charter Commission has been looking at. So I took a look at this when I saw these were 10-year appointments today and saw this ordinance. And then I went back and looked at the ordinance itself. I will go back and look at the meeting when this was passed to see what the council was discussing at this time. But I think the language is pretty clear that the intent was that folks could serve up to 10 years and no further. And I know this council's had discussions at various times about wanting new people on boards and commissions. And we recognize that that's a difficult thing. There's not a lot of people volunteering for these boards and commissions. But like I said, there was, I imagine, a robust discussion about this 10 years ago. It was vetoed by, I believe, Mayor Manzi, and then was overridden by this council. So there's clearly an intent to limit here. So I will get to the bottom of it. I just need some time to do that.
Thank you.
And again, if that's not the will of this council, you can, it's at your pleasure, you can change it to something different if you so choose.
Councilor Drew.
Mr. Solicitor, in your opinion, is it 10 years consecutive or is it 10 years total?
Well, it says no person shall be appointed to serve in the office of a board or commission as defined herein for a period in excess of 10 years. I would say 10 years total, but I think it's always good to clarify. We have this same issue, that was clarified in the charter, whether it was 10 years total or 10 consecutive years. Right now, you can serve, 6 years on the council, skip a term, and serve 6 more. Some people think that's the right amount. Some people think it's too much. So it's always good to have clarifying language. But right now, I think it's a total of 10 years. I don't think they're consecutive.
Okay, I'm only asking because we do have another person here that seems to be, if I add the numbers, they've done more than 10 years. That would be David
There's 2 people that can serve consecutively 10 years, more than 10 years.
Right, well, those are the 2 that you outlined before,
Yes.
but there's also David DiZazzo that served
I'll
from
take a look-
96
I'll take
to
a look at that.
2003. So we may want to, like you're saying, to table them for future. This may be another one that we want to place if we're wondering if it's going to be more than 10 consecutive or total.
I leave that to your discretion. I would need to review the tape. I want to see what the discussion was, because generally when things like this are passed, there's definitely a robust discussion going on about what the intent is of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councilor Samard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, Solicitor, is an evergreen on them? If we don't find a replacement, they just continue until we do, correct?
So I have to look. There's definitely some language on some of these boards that say that they continue in office till their successor qualifies. It's not true of all boards, but most of the boards. I haven't looked specifically at these, but in general, that is true.
Because that's been a problem in the past. I know that replacing someone that's qualified, so it's something we have to address, I'm sure.
Yes, and I believe that the Charter Commission has looked at that issue too and is proposing some language about that people, that there needs to be affirmative moving forward of appointments so that people aren't continuously serving in a non-appointed holdover status.
We'll put it on our mayor.
Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to state for the record and for the public to clarify. So we've had this longstanding issue over the course of the past several years where we've had many boards that have members with long expired appointments in some cases. So the goal that I've had with my team is to, whenever we have somebody new, to, of course, bring them before the council, assuming they're qualified for service on one of these boards and commissions. However, let's say there are individuals who are interested in potentially continuing to serve and they reapply. The goal ultimately for them as well, in the absence of new qualified applicants, is to at the very least ensure that their terms are up to speed, that they're no longer serving expired appointments, that we're able to bring these votes before you to ensure that we don't have the expired appointments. And so we do have several folks who are under the 10-year mark here on the agenda tonight. One brand new applicant is the first on the agenda. But just to share, my intent is to get all of these boards to a place where we don't have anybody serving an expired appointment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that being said, if there's no further discussion, motion to appoint Patrice Friant, Conservation Commission.
Excuse me.
Sorry, Councilor Valley.
I do have a question, Madam Chair, and this is to the mayor. I noticed on the talent bank application.
Councilor Valley, if it's to discuss a particular application, we could do the discussion after the second.
It's not a particular application. It is, I noticed that Christine Tuma is being CC in these emails.
Okay.
So I would like to know if you can clarify if her email is still active.
My understanding is that it's not. However, I can ensure that IT will update that to have those emails going to the correct recipient. Nevertheless, they do go to my office through Jordan, who is the point person relative to boards and commissions. So it is going to the relevant member of my team, but
Yeah.
we'll update that.
I just want to make sure that she's not receiving like all these applications and maybe other sensitive information.
Sure.
That's all. Thank you.
We'll follow up on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Good catch. So I need a motion to appoint Patrice Friant to Conservation Commission.
So moved.
Motion by Councilor Pesch. Do I have a
Second.
second on the floor? Councilor Valley. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Congratulations to Patrice Friant for the Conservation Commission. Motion to appoint David DeZazzo, Conservation Commission. This is the reappointment I believe Councilor Drew mentioned. If that's not to move forward, then I would take a motion to table, Councilor.
Motion to table this appointment?
Second.
There's a motion by Councilor Drew on the table, second by Councilor DeZoglio. Any further discussion? I'm sorry, there's no discussion on the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, perfect. Kenneth Stachioleri, Conservation Commission. I'll take a motion to table.
Motion to table this
Motion to
appointment?
table by Councilor Drew.
Second.
Second by Councilor Santos. Any all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect, motion carries. Next, Kara Seaman, Conservation Commission.
So moved.
Motion to reappoint.
Sorry.
Motion by Councilor DeZoglio. Is there a second on the floor? Second by Councilor Pesch. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Raymond D. Fiore, Greater Lawrence Sanitary District. This is the reappointment, 10-plus years. I'll take a motion to table.
So moved.
Motion by Councilor DeZoglio. Second by Councilor Pesch. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
I will get that information to you very shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Solicitor. Next, we have no presentation projects or department updates. I know the mayor and I are working on getting those going in the future months. Mayor's report. The floor is yours, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, councilors. One of my New Year's resolutions is to provide a little more of an emphasis on the schools in my mayor's report. So without further ado, we will dive right in. The Methuen Public Schools District continues to work toward executing the 2024 through 2027 strategy for district improvement focused on accelerating literacy and language development, reducing achievement and opportunity gaps, and enhancing partnerships with students and families. In her second quarter update during the upcoming school committee workshop on Monday evening, the acting superintendent will share updates on the impact of professional development as we launch our new literacy curriculum in the lower school grades, the work of the 30-member faculty team revising our district's multi-tiered systems of support, and the success of our brand new 9th grade exploratory program in middle school opportunities within Methuen High School's vocational programs. I invite you to join Methuen Public Schools students and faculty at the Nevins Library on Thursday, February 5th from 5 to 6:30 p.m. as they seek community input in the development of the vision of a graduate. This workshop will be developed and run by Methuen students. The vision of a graduate will serve as an aspirational outline of the skills, knowledge, and traits we hope our students will have upon graduation. Additionally, please look for announcements regarding upcoming workshops for Methuen Public Schools families on bullying, prevention, and intervention. Students and staff will also undergo a series of lessons and training on bullying prevention as we strive to ensure inclusive, positive, and supportive learning environments for all Methuen students. As I mentioned before, efforts to exclude pests from our school buildings have been tremendously successful. While we seek to maintain this progress, we are assessing our buildings, prioritizing major projects, and developing plans to execute this work. Systems and measures for tracking maintenance efforts are being improved to ensure the upkeep of our school buildings. The joint City Council and School Committee follow-up meeting with CBIZ regarding the operational and cultural audit of the Methuen Public Schools is scheduled for tomorrow night here in the Great Hall at 6 p.m. Just so the public is aware, members of the council and school committee had the opportunity to send send questions directly to the audit team, and those questions will be answered publicly during tomorrow night's meeting. There will be opportunities to ask some follow-up questions and any new questions that come up during the meeting, so I think we'll be in for an insightful and productive discussion. Also, I want to mention that, as promised, the RFP for the school financial audit is online and available for interested vendors to look at and respond to. As I've also mentioned previously, we will be coming to you with a request to pay for that audit by way of free cash. Once we receive our certification from the Commonwealth, we expect that in the coming weeks. Regarding the trash and recycling services in our community, the RFP is nearly ready to be posted. The solicitor has reviewed the draft and will be meeting this week on Thursday with DPW leadership and the procurement team to put the finishing touches on the RFP. Regarding the cart situation, an order for over 400 carts has been placed. The payment will be on this week's warrant, and we're expecting them to arrive by the end of January. We've been in close touch with the vendor, and they've already been preparing to fulfill the order, which will help ensure that we're able to distribute the carts to residents who need them as soon as possible. As I mentioned, we're dealing with a trash and recycling system that has been broken since it was rolled out. And one of the things that I plan to incorporate into the next contract is a system by which residents contact the vendor directly to obtain any new or additional carts instead of going through a middleman, which right now is the city. I know Councilor DiZoglio included this topic as one of his requests on tonight's agenda. It's extremely inefficient and one of the aspects of the trash program that we intend to fix once our new contract begins in July. The current contract expires on June 30th, and so, of course, we're moving into new territory with a new vendor. Regarding the school and city IT litigation, I have nothing new to report. As I mentioned during a previous meeting, I don't think it makes much sense to pursue such a significant operational change considering the leadership transition that's underway in the district. The litigation goes away with the rescinding of my executive order, but also a school committee vote to drop the lawsuit, and any future consolidation would require a vote of the city council and the school committee. The judge in this case emphasized the need to comply with Chapter 71, Section 37M regarding the consolidation of administrative functions. So, of course, any future discussions about this will need to focus on adherence to that statute so that we're in compliance with 37M. Regarding Councilor Valley's request for a Pelham Street update, the Merrimack Valley Planning Commission, as you might recall, provided us with two options to choose from in terms of a redesign of the intersection of Pelham Street with Salem Street. We selected one of those options, and since we added a line item for road improvements stemming from our Safe Streets for All task force to the fiscal year 26 CIP, we have some funding available to move forward. However, TEC is doing design work for us on a culvert replacement project. It's at the same location, That culvert has been in terrible shape for a long time. So for that reason, we would aim to implement the selected redesign option and construction for the culvert, at the same time. So we'll keep you posted on the timeline as we get closer to that. Regarding the RFP for the Searles Building elevator, this was also a request from Councilor Valley. It has not yet been issued. DPW had a private consultant come in to take a look at it, and they're working on some specs for the project. So once the specs are complete, then we'll be able to post the RFP. So that's in progress right now. On tonight's agenda is the Eagle Woodworking TIF agreement. The agreement supports the reactivation of a long vacant commercial space on Broadway. It's now occupied by a disabled veteran-owned company that recently relocated its operations from Lawrence and Middleton to Methuen. That decision by this company brings 42 existing full-time jobs into our city and will create 25 new full-time jobs beginning this year, with 40% of those positions per the TIF committed to Methuen residents. Beyond putting an underutilized, non-tax-paying property, since Crest Collaborative, the previous owner, was a non-tax-paying entity, beyond putting this property back into productive use and generating new tax revenue, the project, I think, reflects a practical partnership-based approach to economic development, one that helps businesses invest, expand, and create jobs here. When companies choose Methuen over neighboring communities, I think that choice speaks for itself. I want Methuen to be a place where people look at us and say, that's where I want to realize my entrepreneurial dream. And with all the economic development initiatives on tonight's agenda, I think we're moving in the right direction. Regarding our efforts to build a grant writing infrastructure, this was another request from Councilor Valley. We've been dealing with a timeline that has been slower than I would have liked. Initially, we were in talks with a potential contractor with some grant writing experience, but that didn't pan out. I didn't think that person would have been able to produce the level of results, meaningful results necessary to meet our funding needs. We've been in touch with Merchant McIntyre, a lobbying firm out of Washington, but they have constraints due to the fact that they also work with the city of Haverhill, and due to conflict concerns about Haverhill being in the same congressional district as Methuen, they're not able to commit to providing the same level of service that they provide at Haverhill, which, of course, if we were to engage with a company like that, we would want that same top service that they provide to every municipality. So that means that we're at a point at which the only remaining option is to publish an RFP and go out to the open market. Many municipalities that have a strong grant writing operation are tied in with some type of a federal government relations agency, and I don't think we should aim for anything less. So we're aiming to publish that RFP this week so that we can have a contract in place with a vendor approved by the city council before the upcoming budget season begins in earnest, which will be here before we know it. Regarding Councilor Valley's request for an update about the situation involving Murphy's Farm, as many of you know, I authorized the filing of an appeal of the Drake Zoning Board's decision in land court recently. By way of an update, I can share that the developer is seeking to dismiss the appeal. The city's council, we work with KP Law. In this case, they're in the process of preparing an opposition to the developer's motion, and we think we have meritorious arguments. I'll defer to the solicitor if there are any additional questions, but that's a quick update of where we're at with Murphy's Farm. Tonight I'm asking for your approval of the formal establishment of the new Economic Development Coordinator and Sanitation/Zero Waste Coordinator positions that were included in the fiscal year 26 budget. Now that the hiring freeze has been lifted, the Economic Development Coordinator role will equip us to double down on our current existing economic development efforts by expanding our commercial tax base, providing in-house support for businesses, and creating a true one-stop shop for our small business community with the goal of making it easier to start, operate, and grow a business in Methuen. On a sanitation side, the focus will be on strengthening our trash and recycling program in partnership with the next vendor, enforcing our trash ordinance, implementing waste reduction strategies to help bring down our tonnage costs, and serving as the point person who will, in essence, own Methuen's rebooted trash and recycling program in collaboration with DPW leadership. I'm grateful for your consideration of these two important personnel measures. These aren't just new government positions being created for the purpose of adding to the bureaucracy. These are roles designed strategically to help us achieve specific results. Regarding the recent meeting with DESE, we had, I think, a very productive meeting with DESE, their new commissioner, Pedro Martinez, last week. I want to thank Senator Payano, Chair Soto, for their efforts to coordinate that meeting. Commissioner Martinez talked about some of the education-related challenges that gateway cities like Methuen have been facing. Many of our challenges, especially in the context of special education, are not unique to our city, and he's aiming to foster a more regionalized approach to helping cities like Methuen tackle these issues. Again, I thought it was highly productive, and I'm looking forward to keeping the conversation going, Chair, especially as we prepare to build our fiscal year 27 budget. I realized that during the last meeting, I neglected to share some helpful housekeeping items with the new counselors and also the public. Our textile recycling program, in partnership with Planet Aid, has been tremendously successful. It's been a convenient resource for residents and helps reduce our municipal expenses by keeping various items out of the trash system. The next two pickup dates are Saturday, February 7th and Saturday, February 21st. Bag and tightly seal your items and put them out on the curb by 8 a.m. on whatever pickup day you select. They'll pick up any dried, gently used coats and jackets, shoes, purses, hats, belts, ties, towels, drapes and curtains, small toys, and stuffed animals. Clothes should be placed in a plastic bag to keep them dry, and you can schedule your free curbside textile pickup at either planetaid.org or by calling 508-893-0644. Also, since winter is far from over, I wanted to share a quick reminder that residents can stop by the highway yard at 33 Lindbergh Ave to pick up, to, in essence, grab some sand. If you need some sand for your walkway or your driveway, this is offered at no cost to Methuen residents. They only ask that you bring your own bucket or some mechanism to bring it home. Lastly, keep in mind that trash and recycling pickup is delayed by 1 day this week, since yesterday, of course, was a holiday. Regarding upcoming events, Methuen Restaurant Week is happening next week, the week of January 25th. You can learn more by visiting haverhillchamber.com. This is being done in partnership with the Greater Haverhill Chamber's new Methuen Business Alliance. We're going to be holding the City of Methuen's first ever Dominican Independence Day celebration. We're planning, hopefully, maybe like a breakfast, flag raising type of event on either Thursday, February 26th, or at some point later in the day on the 27th. I'll continue to keep everyone posted about exact details as we get closer. Mark your calendars for our first official Methuen 300 event. It's called Hollywood and Methuen, a tricentennial celebration featuring the Firebird Pops Orchestra. It'll be held at Methuen High School on March 7th at 5 p.m. Not to steal Councilor Drew's thunder, but Methuen, and of course I'm sure you'll advertise this a little more later, thanks to Councilor Drew's leadership in collaboration with city residents, the city's going to be, in essence, commandeering the former Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade, bringing it here to Methuen. And so that'll be held on Saturday, March 21st. And at that point, I'll conclude tonight's mayor's report. As always, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it's okay with the body, I believe the CAFO's next on the agenda, and then you did touch on all of their items. We could just ask those questions after, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will have two things to go over tonight. I passed out a packet that says capital improvement plan project status. I know the counselors that have been on the council in the last session are well aware of this report, but if you'll indulge me, I thought it would be helpful to take just a few minutes to go through it for the new counselors, because we do utilize and reference this report often, especially when we're talking about contracts that come before council. So basically, I will pass this out. I will update and share this with the council every month and give you an update on the status of what these projects are. This packet is done by capital improvement year. So the first capital improvement plan that we actively moved on was fiscal year 22. So you should see in this pile 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. What's here is only what's current and open. If a project's already happened, finalized, and closed, it's not reflected here. It's not available, and it's already been resolved. So I'm just going to really quickly roll through what you're looking at. The account is just our Munis. Munis is what we use for our financial software. And so that's just kind of our reference number as far as our finance goes. The next column would be the actual project that it's related to. So if I'm looking at the front page, it's fiscal year 22 CIP. This is a very small amount that's left over here that's been rolling forward for other reasons. But so you'll see there what the different projects are, whether it's DPW highway trucks or the Timony cooling towers, et cetera. So that's where you'll see that. The original appropriation is what was voted in 22 for 22 CIP. And then the available balance that's next to it is what was available at the beginning of this fiscal year, so fiscal year 26. The next 1, 2, 3, 4 columns are really just current year activity. So as we go along, you'll see when things might be reclassed. We will be coming to council and asking to reclass between projects. You'll see expenses. And then as soon as something comes forward to the mayor and myself for signature, it goes on here, whether it's come to council or not, just so that we can keep track of it and make sure that we're not spending it more than once. The biggest number that you will probably reference is that available balance at the end. So I always update that date so you know where it's effective. So you're looking at the 20th. This was as of the 16th, so it's pretty up to date. So again, we break it out by year. This is a helpful reference as far as contracts go. So you'll see this referenced a lot in my CAFO report, the financial impact statement that I send out. When I say, this is the project from the CIP, it'll be on this report somewhere. So I'm talking about a balance that exists here. So if you ever have any questions about what I'm referencing there, I'm happy to give more information. But this is just kind of a handy item to be able to see a relatively close number to what we're referring to. That was a really quick update. I'm not going to go through every single one of these, nor will I on a monthly basis, but happy to answer any questions on the floor or outside of the meetings if you want to approach me with any questions on any of these projects. That was just kind of a reference thing that I realized at the coming in when I was doing my financial impact statement that would be a foreign document that I thought would be helpful. The only other thing I have on my agenda for tonight is the question that Councillor Valley had asked about outstanding real estate taxes. I know that I had sent it via my email, but I'm just going to take 2 seconds to kind of go over what I sent. So currently we have approximately $2.5 million outstanding in back real estate taxes. So that doesn't include motor vehicle, personal property, water, sewer, et cetera. So that's just real estate taxes. That's the actual amount of tax outstanding. When you add in accrued interest, which is constantly accruing, so we have some accounts that have been years outstanding, so continues to accrue. So accrued interest, demands, and fees, we actually have due to the city is just under $7.5 million. So whether we'll collect all of that, obviously the demands and the fees and all of that stuff is part of land court and the whole process, but that's what we have as currently due to the city. About 32% of that is commercial properties and 68% is residential. I did send out the actual listing to the councilors just so that you have it as you want to, if you need any questions specifically, I'm happy to answer those questions, but I'm just going to keep this general. In an effort to collect that, we do work with a vendor who is the name of the vendor is Brown Legal. It was D'Ambrosio and Brown. It's now Brown Legal. They do work with us. We've been extremely successful with in partnership with them since we started using them in 2019. We've collected just about $5.8 million in taxes that were outstanding. So as I mentioned, when Right now, we have $2.5 million outstanding. When I first came on, it was closer to $5 million, not including all the interest, et cetera. So this vendor works with our treasurer's office and is constantly updated with where things stand. They will bring things through the foreclosure process, through land court, et cetera, et cetera. And so they only get paid when they resolve an item successfully for us. So if they go through the process and they're unable to successfully resolve something, they don't get paid for that. And then when they do get paid, they get paid at an hourly rate. So it's not like a percentage of our, taxes that are outstanding. They get paid at their hourly rate. For motor vehicle, not that was asked, but just so that you know, we also work with Kelly and Ryan. So we do have a firm that we use for them as well. Those are kind of our two biggest outstanding receivables that we would have out there. But I think that answers the question, but happy to answer any other questions you might have.
It does. Thank you.
That's it for me.
Councilor Pash.
Thanks. I just had a question. I'm not sure if it's for you, Madam Capo, or who it might be for in regards to the back taxes. And I know I had been working on something similar with you for the past couple months now, trying to figure out how best to address this with a number so large. My question is, when you sent over the actual list of the people, just perusing through it, of my own personal knowledge of one of the residents in Methuen, there was a deceased person on it. That amount was a very nominal amount that had accrued over, I'm guessing this person has been deceased, from my own memory, I would say almost 20 years, to thousands of dollars. So I guess my question is this. I know that a long time ago, they used to publish the list. And it's not meant to embarrass, but I'm thinking more along the lines of notification, because I'm absolutely sure that this particular family has no idea that the member of their family owed the small amount that has now accrued to thousands, and we may or may not be hiring someone. I know you said it's a contingency, but if that contingency comes through, then it's an hourly rate. So if they're spending numerous hours on something that they may get a small amount on from a deceased individual that could just be remedied kind of easily, I don't know, is that something we've looked at? I guess I'll direct it to you, Mayor. I'm not sure why they stopped doing it. And again, by no means is this for someone who is behind on taxes and has, conferred with the city and is on a repayment plan or whatever. It's not meant to embarrass, but more so, again, alert those people who may or may not know that they even have, kind of like unpaid properties, right? With the state, they may not even be aware that they are in arrears with taxes.
That's something we'll absolutely follow up on. So we'll, Kathleen, if you have anything
So
to add.
as far as I understand, we do still publish the list. So once things go into or are going to go into tax title, we do publish the list.
So where is it published? In local newspapers or?
Yes. But I will get that exact and the timing of that, and I'll see if I can even get the last one.
And in addition to that, it might be easy enough too to make it like a link on our city page where you can search your name to see if you're on that list. For repayment or developing some sort of plan structure for them. My other question is too, looking through the list, a lot of the commercial entities that are on it seem to be development entities. Are those companies that may have done a development, somehow not paid taxes, let's say on their sold properties or whatever, and weren't collected? I might be misreading it, but I'm going by just the name of the LLC or however it's listed. I'm just wondering if that's the case, then do we get bonds for those, and can we apply those bonds to back taxes? Do we do that?
If you have specific ones that you're talking about,
I'll send you an email.
that would
I'll
be
just
perfect.
highlight those names and we can go from there.
Perfect.
And we can get with IT about the format on the website, but specifically, we'll follow up on the situation you mentioned with that long deceased individual. So thank you very much for bringing that to our attention.
Great. Any further question in regards to Councilor Drew?
As I look through this list, I mean, there's some significant, they seem like they've been sitting on here for quite a while. Like some of them go from $30,000 and now it's $400 and something thousand. I mean, that's It's been sitting there a while. There's absolutely nothing we can be doing to try to get that back? I mean...
We're talking about the property taxes.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. So of those, I'm sure there are definitely certain situations, certain properties where there's a reason why we have to legally hold on to it for whatever reason. But 15 of those properties are in the foreclosure process. 16 of those properties are in land court. So it does look like a hefty list, but there are movements in different areas. I could probably talk to Brown Legal and see if they can share. I do have a list. They did share a list of which ones are in land court. So I do have that I could provide, but see if there's a status update on all of them.
Okay, yeah, because as I'm looking, I'm seeing half a dozen to a dozen of these. I mean, one of them, for instance, is 26,000 was the initial issue, and now it's like 186,000. That's been sitting a while.
Could you repeat that, Counselor?
It looks like currently there's about, one of these items was 26,000, now it's about 186,000.
On a residential?
I don't know if that's residential.
Okay. Thank you, Counselor. So if I may, if there's no other questions, I had brought to the floor a conversation, I think it was in 24, about equity theft law. So I would like the solicitor, and I believe that goes through Economic Development Department. They're tasked with figuring out how they look at the properties that we have in tax title, that maybe the person has been deceased. And now, you know, all those fees you mentioned, Madam Caffo, we can no longer charge those fees. So we have to bring that ordinance into Methuen so that once we transition that property to be able to recap our taxes, right? The family actually gets the difference. We can no longer keep those dollars like we used to back in the day. So that needs to be done through economic development and our legal department. Just wanted to point that out there. And we're lagging on that because other cities surrounding us already have it on their books. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Through you to the city solicitor, in what point in the legal process the city placed a lien or put a lien on the property?
So the liens go on automatically after a certain period of time, and then we can proceed to tax foreclose, which the capital
So all these property have a lien right now?
These properties all have liens on them. They do? So whether we can get them to actually pay us, sometimes when these go to land court, so let's just back up. So the treasurer's been using outside counsel. We have been assisting them with some of these cases. And so depending on what it is, the legal department wasn't heavily involved in this before. In some communities, it is heavily involved in this. Methuen does not have a history of tax foreclosing on properties. We try to work with people to create payment plans or actually get them to pay. So the equity theft law that Chair Soto is talking about, it doesn't reduce the taxes, but if we do tax foreclose the property and sell it on the open market, it used to be that communities would basically, if somebody owed, say, $50,000 in taxes and we tax foreclosed and owned that property, could sell that property for $300,000 and keep all $300,000. That whole system has been overruled by the U.S. Supreme Court, and basically that's where the equity theft law came in and said you could, as a city or town, only recoup what you're owed, and any excess equity that results from the tax foreclosure sale must be returned to either the owner or heirs or whoever rightfully owns the property in the interest of fairness. So that is the law. We can certainly update our ordinance to reflect the law better. I would say that hasn't happened in Methuen in a very long time. I've had discussions with the treasurer, and in her tenure, I don't think we've ever tax foreclosed on someone. We've always been able to work with them to get payment. And what typically happens in these cases, some of these larger ones, the interest continues to accrue, penalties continue to accrue, and they do mount up rather quickly because they're 16 and 18%. When a property is transferred, that's when things end up getting paid. So if there's a death and then there's a transfer to another family member, they generally have to pay those off. If a company sells its corporate piece of property, they can't actually transfer without paying off that debt. So the city's generally not out these monies and always has the option to tax foreclose and take the property. But we try not to do that because it's, generally we don't want to own property and have to go through that process. And so we try to do that.
Thank you.
Moving on to, if there's no further questions, the request of counselors were answered in the mayor's report. If you had an addition to, or you felt that you wanted more, please let me know. Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the mayor. So, the issue with the trash, I saw it online and then I got tons of phone calls once I said, please call me. Some of these people have been asking for a barrel since like June to sometimes May of last year. The question is, they paid for it, they went through the process, and they were still waiting. And now a lot of them have paid a lot of money of the overflow bags because the reason why they bought the barrel was they knew that they needed the extra barrel. So a lot of these people that I've talked to have spent maybe $100 to $200 on overflow bags because at Market Basket, it's five bags for $10. To me, I look at constituents as customers in some perspective when they're paying taxes, especially with their taxes increasing, and now they have to pay overflow bags after they purchase a barrel. One of the suggestions, and I'm just putting this among the council, I feel like some of these, we should provide some of the overflow bags to them for the fact that they had to pay for when they have done the process that this trash program, which a lot of people did not want in the city, which I was one of them because I thought it wasn't going to work. I feel like we owe it to those people that have been waiting for a while. We should give them at least some overflow bags. I know it's not going to be compensating for what they have to deal with, but I feel like that would be a general thing to do after they've been doing and waiting and haven't even heard back from anybody. So that's just one thing. Second thing, why is it taking so long? Just curiosity. I know you have to buy them in bulk, right? Correct, Mr. Mayor? Why is it that we haven't been doing it when people have asked since April, May? Why is it taking so long? Or at least getting a call back. That's all I care about.
Sure. No, fair questions. So part of the issue that we've been dealing with is that there has to be a funding source to place an order. And so in the case of the roughly, I think, 444 carts that are in the current order, that's a $24,717 order. And given the fact that this is something that has not been consistently included in, say, the municipal budget, we've had to tap into a revolving fund account to be able to cover that cost. And so this is yet another example, as I referenced during my report, where having the city be a middleman here rather than having folks the opportunity to simply go to the vendor, go onto an app or something like that and order their new cart. Now they're having to go through the city, which just doesn't make any sense. It's inefficient, and we have these added wrinkles that come up when we have this extended period of time where folks are waiting on the carts. So the thinking is to fix it going forward by having this be something that the vendor deals with. The vendor's, I think, far more qualified to deal with carts and the like in distribution than having an added party, which is the city, doing that. So between funding source and the logistics, this is something that has been tasked to the city ever since the rollout of the program, but it's something that just doesn't work. And we're seeing that play out now. And thankfully, with a fix for it, we're going to have those new carts. I like the idea of working with DPW on a solution relative to the bags. But this is something that's been a longstanding issue that we're going to be finally fixing this year. But again, no excuse for the challenges that we've had over the course of the past time. that folks have been waiting.
So my next question is, I have people that have broken barrels, and they've been trying to get online, and they said it's very confusing. Again, I haven't been online to check it, but is there an easier process just going on the city website, or explain it to them? Because the way they were describing it, they had to go online, they went on this link, it led them to one thing, and then they asked different information. Seemed like it's a whole big process just to, when it should be simple, like, I need a new barrel, my address, put the credit card in, whatever they need to do, or is it free, whatever, and then they should be getting a confirmation. That's how I look at it, but to them, it's a whole big process. So can you explain to the audience, I know a few of them are watching, how that process is supposed to be worked?
Well, so currently, as you've referenced, there's this system that folks use in order to request a new cart. But again, I keep looking at how can we make that more efficient? How can we make that a little more straightforward by way of going through, say, the vendor directly logging onto an app, rather than having to go on, say, the city website, access. I think, we have the See Click Fix program that folks often use to report trash issues. When I look at other municipalities, for example, the town of Arlington recently took on a new trash contract. And now in Arlington, for example, folks simply log on to the vendor app to report missed pickup, things like that. And so they have eliminated, as I referenced, the middleman, the added step, so to speak. And so that's something that I really think we need to get after with this new agreement going forward. And the current contract is in place until June the 30th. Last year, we did have the potential to go about this process. However, we were eligible for 2 extension years. And if we had not exercised at least one of those extension years, we would have had to pay a balloon payment for the carts last year. And so to avoid the need for that balloon payment, we took the year extension to give us this added time to properly go out for the RFP process, get bids, which is not required in the context of trash. You don't have to go out to bid, but it's a best practice. So having this added time enables us to do that. So I envision 2026 as being, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, I envision as being the year of the trash reset, where we have a new vendor, we have an updated system, in essence, a reboot of the program, simply because there's been issues all the way back since day one.
Thank you.
Councilor Drew.
Mr. Mayor, not to keep piling onto the trash, but you're buying 444 trash barrels, yes? How many of those are people who put their $100 in and purchased? Like if somebody's bought them, I mean, all 444, it seems like a weird number to just arbitrarily buy.
So that was the determination made in consultation, and I don't know if the DPW director has any additional insights to share, but in terms of the order size, that was the consensus. In some cases, there are individuals who have been waiting on this list, and so by going about this order and doing it all at this time, we're going to be able to ensure that folks have their barrel in time for at the very latest, I'm thinking the first week of February. Hopefully they're going to be arriving by the end of the month, as I referenced. But nevertheless, this is something where we're trying to completely revamp the entire structure of this so that, let's say, when somebody goes ahead and makes a payment for a cart, they get it as soon as possible rather than having to wait on a bulk order. We're not able to go out and say buy, let's say somebody places an order for a cart, but we only have a handful in the queue. We're not going to place an order just for, say, those 10 or so carts. At this time, what we've been doing is we're taking advantage of this opportunity to buy them in bulk. Ultimately, that makes the most financial sense.
And I understand that, but when you say that they need a funding source, I mean, if 100 people have bought barrels, we have $10,000, right? Or
In that scenario,
couple $1,000 in essence to purchase the barrels. I mean, you're paying at your math about $55 a barrel to purchase these. If somebody's buying a $100 barrel, you're halfway there with 100 barrels. I'm just wondering if people have bought these things, we should be giving them their barrels. I don't know if we have to do a quarterly purchase or things like that, but we should be ensuring that if somebody has paid for these barrels, there's no reason that we should be worrying about a funding source, because their funding source is they've already put their money into the city.
Sure.
So I don't know if it's a different way of doing it, if we can assess their property tax to give them onto it, so that it comes on there every year, that it's a $100 fee, so we continue to get that, whatever it may be. But I think if people have paid their fee, we need to expedite getting them their barrels.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Another item on those, on that trash RFP that's coming out, I know from personal experience, my trash truck comes running through my neighborhood at 6:30 in the morning, and we know that those are not the times contractually that they're allowed to. So I just want to know that in this RFP, there will be fines that we can actually implement to the new contractor coming in if we do have issues and problems with constituents seeing the trash trucks coming through their neighborhoods at early hours that they shouldn't be because of our noise ordinances in our city.
Absolutely. So that is something that has been an issue that's been ongoing since, as I mentioned, the very beginning. And so what we're going to have to do in the successor agreement is we're going to have to build in, I think, more concrete language that deals with that issue where, let's say, hypothetically, they're in one of these neighborhoods before that time. Right now, there are provisions in the contract that relate to damages and the like for violating the agreement, but ultimately, I think our next contract certainly needs a lot more teeth that will enable our trash point person to be able to actually carry out, the fine structure that is included in the contract.
Okay, and just one more item. You mentioned the St. Patrick's Day Parade. I just want to point out, Councilor DeZoglio has been helping me from the inception of this also. So
fantastic.
That's all.
Any further questions in regards to your items for Mayor's report? We'll be moving on to, I do need a clarification, Mr. Mayor. You stated under the IT department consolidation, did you state that the lawsuit was rescinded or?
So I mentioned during my report that it would require me to rescind the order, and then the school committee, according to the solicitor, chime in if my information is incorrect, but my understanding is that the school committee would take a vote to drop the lawsuit. And then at that point, it would all end.
Thank you. Okay, so our next item is licenses. I'm sorry, public service grants. We have none. Licenses. We have vehicle for hire company license application. This is a renewal. M&M and I Transportation LLC, 34 Sugar Pine Lane, Methuen, Mass. I need to remove it from the table. Also, we did receive the valid registration for that party. The Madam Clerk sent it up to our council clerk, and it was left on your desk. So just wanted to point that out. So I'll take a motion. Motion to remove from the table from Councilor Pesh.
Second.
Second from Councilor Valley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On the main motion, motion to approve the application for renewal for M&M I Transportation LLC, 34 Sugar Pine Lane, Methuen, Mass. 01844. With the updated certificate of liability insurance. May I take a motion to?
Motion to approve. Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Councilor Marsan. Motion made by Councilor Marsan, second by Councilor Drew. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Second, vehicle for hire company license. This is a new application for L. Curry's Transportation, 50 Milk Street, Methuen, Mass. 01844. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Councilor Pesh, second by Councilor Valley. Discussion? Councilor Drew.
Upon reading the application, it looks like the person listed as operator, there's one operator listed. But if you continue into their insurance, they have 3 people listed on their insurance for this vehicle. As we get into the rated drivers on this policy, there's also another vehicle on this insurance policy. So I'm just wondering if they're planning to operate 2 different vehicles. There's 3 different operators on this. I'm confused by it.
Counselor Drew, if I may ask Madam Clerk to step to the podium, and maybe she'll have clarification for you in regards to your questions.
Good evening, Council. He listed the 3 family members. I believe one's his wife, one's his daughter, on there just in case down the road they might be driving, but as of right now, he's the only driver.
Well, as it stands, it says list of operators, and that's, my understanding would be the people operating this vehicle in this business with this license, yes?
According to Hannah El-Khoury, he's the only one that's driving the vehicles. He said down the road,
But if he's going to list the other 3 people in case of their need
just in
to be
case
able
he's
to,
listing
then
them here.
he should list them as potential list operators for liability reasons for the city. I don't, he may be the licensee grantee, but this is asking for the list of people that would operate.
Where are you seeing that on the app?
The list of operators here on this page.
Oh, the rated drivers?
Well, this one here, page 3, the list of operators gives you a spreadsheet
Yes,
for.
but he's not having them now. He might be adding them in the future, according to him.
He has them insured. Why wouldn't he just add them to the list of potential operators now?
I didn't ask him the question. I just asked him about the insurance, and he said, I have my family in case they're going to. But as of right now, I guess we can table it and add them if we so desire, but
And I do have, there is another vehicle listed on the insurance policy. I just want to make sure that it's clear that there's only one vehicle listed in the description of vehicles that's being approved for this license.
right.
But there are 2 vehicles, there's a Nissan also listed in here as an insured on this policy, so that's not a license item on this?
Right, he only has he has 2 vehicles.
Yes.
He has 2 vehicles. He's adding one more, so he does have another vehicle?
So he has an existing license?
Yes.
Okay, so this license that we're
What they have to do,
requiring-
Counselor, is every time they add a car, they have to fill out a new application. So he already has a license with us with that other vehicle.
Okay,
So
so
it
that-
must be a combination of both.
Okay, that's fine. I would just ask that they put the other operators' potential, if they're listed on this, but that was just my only item myself.
Madam Clerk, may I ask a clarifying question? Does it matter if you list more as far as fees for the applicant? Like, do they have to pay more if they add other drivers?
No, they do not.
Okay.
For cars, they do $250 per car, but if they just add other drivers, they just have to put them on the list.
Thank you.
I can check his other application to see if the family members are on there, but he said he's the only driver. He put them on there in case down the road. He plans on adding another car as well, so maybe he put them on there for future references. I'm not sure, but I can get clarification from him if you would like me to.
Yeah, I mean, last thing I want to do is hinder a business by any means. I just want to make sure that if there is somebody who's driving this and they happen to get into some sort of accident, they are listed appropriately on the license for that vehicle.
Counselor Pesh has a question.
Thank you. Not a question. I'm okay with them just listing one here, just because this is just for our benefit, yes?
Right.
So
So on the license, when I print the license, it'll say the name of the company. It doesn't even list the drivers. It'll just have the company name.
Yeah.
So this, I think, like you're saying, Councilor Pesh, is just for our reference.
Because in my opinion, Councilor Drew, just my own opinion, we have more protection by having them listed on here.
The insurance.
Than just having one. Just an opinion, but I understand what you're saying. But his thinking, I'm guessing, was just that he's the only one driving. Now, would he have to update us if then he allowed his family members, not adding an additional car, but just adding a driver? Or does it matter?
Well, it's on the
because
insurance,
the insurance is there anyway.
which is the main thing I would say.
Right.
But this is just our application that we have on file.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would really matter too much if he added the 2 other people from his family.
Because I would be more concerned if he listed one, had one reflective on the insurance, and then allowed the 2 others to potentially drive. Does that make sense? so at least they're listed on the insurance, so I'm okay with it the way it is, but thank you.
Counselor Samard.
I could add a law enforcement perspective to it. If someone were to pull him over, the registration would be active, the insurance is active. That would be up to the insurance company to say, hey, wait a minute, your wife was driving, she's not on the policy, it's no good. But as far as the license go, I don't think it would affect the status here. It would more so, like you said, it's more about the insurance and the fact that they are covered. So as long as they pay the fees for a license, I think it's blanketed for whoever's on the policy. That would be my...
Good insight.
That would be my opinion as well.
Thank you. So I'll go to the vote if there's no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next on the agenda, contract C26-64, Talty Floors, Inc., 86 Billerica Ave, Suite 2, North Billerica, Mass. 01862, for Timony removal of carpets and cove base. I'll take a motion to remove from the table.
Remove from the table some nice titles.
Motion from Counselor Pesh, second by Counselor Valley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. On the main motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Counselor Marsan.
Second.
Second by Counselor DeZoglio. Any discussion? Ian, would you like to come to the podium and want to make sure you did your homework?
I would love to. After your last meeting, we were able to arrange a meeting for the contractor to come in, the vendor come in and meet with us on Friday morning at 8 a.m. to show us the materials, talk about scheduling, making sure it's done by the end of the fiscal year. They did take that opportunity to go look at the rooms again, which they had already looked at during the bid process. I do want to thank Councilor Marsan, who accepted my invitation to come meet us there at 8 o'clock, because I do know he has a background in contracting and he knows the materials, and he'd know if we were being led down the wrong path. But I brought the materials. They're pretty much identical to what we did with the other 23 or 24 rooms we did over the summer. The tile is actually the same color, same brand name. The carpet is pretty much the same. It's going to be a slightly different color. And we decided to go with a slightly smaller matting so that it's easier to clean. But it's industrial, and we're very happy with the product. The cove base will be identical to what we've been using, and we're happy with that.
Great. Counselor Pesh.
Just one question. I don't want to be a stickler, but are these selections reduced to writing and confirmed in stock?
Yes. Well, confirmed in stock, yes. With the colors we picked, he's very confident he'll have them in time for February vacation.
But we didn't reduce any of this to writing. Like did he sign off on anything? I know the original concern of Councilor Drew, I believe, was that within the contract, it said something like, or similar product. Mm-hmm. So like, say one of these is not in stock. Did we get like an addendum or anything that says minimum grade, anything?
Counselor Marsan, you have something to add?
He supplied the sample, and that was in the contract documents that he would supply. He would give us a sample of what he was going to use, and that's what he did. And it's the same name brand and that we've been using.
And as far as we know, those are in stock.
Yes.
The
I can tell you
is
the
all in
tile for
stock.
sure is a very common color, and he didn't have any concerns about getting that. And the quantity that we need for the carpet is minimal. It's only one room, so I don't have any concerns about that either.
I mean, it's a quick turnaround, so I would hope there wasn't like a back order or anything.
Counselor Drew, and then I'll go to Santos.
I think what Councilor Pesh is looking for is just, and I don't think this should hold us up by any means, I would just ask the contractor to give you a submittal for it, so you have something for record, just an approved submittal for the item.
I will ask them to send me a...
That's all. I don't think this should hold up
so that
anything.
we can attach it to the contract. Yep.
Thank you for getting the cove base, and Councilor Marsan, thank you for going to take a look at it.
Great.
Thank you.
I asked you this earlier, but I just want to ask you again so that everyone is aware. You are going to leave at least a couple of more tiles behind in case?
Yes, we always keep some extra tiles. Actually, that's where I got the sample from the last time we did floors. We had, we kept some extra cases so that should one peel up or we have an issue with one, that we can swap it out, and we will do the same again. And since it's the same color, we should be in good shape as well because we still have some from the last time.
As well as for the music room.
Yes. Yep,
Thank
we'll
you.
do the same thing. Yep.
Perfect. Any further discussion? No. Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Unanimous. Thank you. Alrighty. Next on the agenda, C26-67, Musco Sports Lighting LLC, 100 First Ave West, Oskaloosa, Iowa, 5257 for LED lighting for Methuen High Lower Turf in the amount of $235,820,000. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Marsan, seconded by Councilor Santos. Any discussion? Mr. Mayor.
Very briefly, this isn't included in the title for the contract, but I just want to mention, in case you didn't come across this in the actual document, for the public's sake, this is for the product only. So installation would need to go out to bid separately pending approval of this agreement. So this is separate from the actual installation. This is only the product.
Councilor Santos.
So this is just for the materials, not for the installation. Because I have questions, but it was based on materials and installation. Maybe you can answer some of those if they apply. Was this the most inexpensive bid for this materials? Because I was looking for any other bids and I wasn't able to find it.
So the DPW director just pointed out, and this is something also that is on the cover sheet, this was purchased through, they call it Sourcewell, and so that it's purchased through that contract, which is different from like a traditional bid process.
What page is that? Is it in the package?
So it's on the cover sheet. There's an indication of number 4 was the bid process required by law. If not, what provisions of law will the contract be awarded? And it indicates that it was purchased through Sourcewell contract number 041123-MSL. And it cites Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, Section 22, which allows jurisdictions to purchase supplies from contracts already procured.
For education purposes, Mr. Mayor, could you explain to the new counselors what that means in a nutshell? That they don't have to go out to an RFP bidding process? I think that would help them.
Sure. So in some cases, there are, just like in this case, Sourcewell, they've already been vetted. They're on, a certain state procurement list. And so because of that, it's not something that we would have to go through the traditional process because there's an existing state list.
Great.
Thank you. I also have several other questions.
Do you mind if I have the CAFO say something before she loses her train of thought, Madam CAFO?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on what the mayor said, there is a page in the document, and I'm sorry that's not numbered, but it's right in the middle, that shows that this from Sourcewell, which responses they received when they did the bidding process, and there was more than 10 different vendors that did submit, and they picked from there. So that information is in here. I wish it was. Thank you. Just for your reference.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Counselor.
I have another question about this project. Did we look into any grants for this project? Is there any available grants? Because I know that once you change to LED or any source of this type of products, there should be grants or to the cost.
So in this case, Council, it was included as part of our capital improvement plan, and so that's the funding source for this, simply because it was included in that multi-year outlook in terms of capital upgrades.
And what is the reimbursement? How much are we going to be saving after having all this lighting installed?
I'd have to get an exact number for you. I don't have that in front of me right here. This has been a pretty extensive project that involves multiple layers, but nevertheless.
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
I think
Unless the
Director Bowers
DPW
wants
director
to
has some
approach.
additional color.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Council, this is new lighting at the field, so it's not a replacement project. It's lighting up the lower section, which is where the football stadium is, between the high school football stadium and the Papa Warner, where the track is, in that middle field. So it's been something that the city's been looking into for a decade now, and we're finally, compiling some funds to a different CIP fund. So it's new lighting. So
it's not replacement.
correct.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you all set, Counselor?
Yes. Thank you.
Any further questions from either side? Counselor Drew, and then I'll go to Counselor Valley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the CAFO and the mayor. I see that we're paying it out of 3 different accounts on 3 different capital improvement plans. Is there, how come there are 3 different years? Is it just because we were allocating for this one project over 3 years, or did we just not have the money in the original budget, or it escalated higher?
So this is the LED replacement project is not just specific to this field. It's throughout the city. So it's been a project that's been ongoing, and they've been trying. It's expensive. So we weren't able to get after it in 1 or 2 of the CIP. We got after it in pieces. So basically what we did is for, I think it was the 3 years, we decided to do a little each year, so that by the end of the 3 years, not only for money, but also for manpower and project capacity, by the end of that 3 years, we'd be able to get through all of the projects. I believe it was Councilor Peretro that had requested that we do it all at once. But once we went through all of the requests and everything, it wasn't something that we could do all at once, but that we could do over a few years with the scope that we ultimately wanted to get through.
Okay, so it wasn't we thought it was going to be 73,000 and then it just ballooned up to something crazy. It was just, because I know there's been a lot of volatility in the market, so I just wanted to clear
Correct.
that. Okay, that was my only question.
Counselor Valley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This might be to Director Bauer. Why was option 2 selected over option 1? Was the 30 FC insufficient for the intended use? Because I know there's a saving of $70,000 between 1 and 2.
You're going to have to give me a second.
Yes, sure.
Counselor, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I blame Councilor Santos for this mess up here, where I've messed up all my
Director
paperwork.
Bauer. Thank you. That's what she wants.
So I think just basically, the 2 was, and I actually looked into this today. It was the difference was, geez.
The height of the tower, the height of each light tower.
Brighter light,
light bulb?
much
The
brighter.
luminaires. Yeah, so we're trying to get away, we're trying to use, so I don't know if you're familiar with the field, but you have a softball field on one end, and then it's a larger soccer field. And I think we're going to do on the 4 corners, so you wanted to get the higher rated luminaires, so it's better lighting versus more poles with lower lighting. So I think they went with the higher poles. And then I think the last one, the only difference between those two was there was specific softball lighting. So my question was slightly different from yours, was why did we choose 2 and not 3, or B and not C? But we didn't feel that we needed the specific softball lighting and to choose option C, which was also more expensive.
So basically for the lighting, that was the reason why?
Yeah, that's the only difference I can see.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Any further questions on that item? Okay. So we had a first, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Perfect. Next item. C-2668, Greenman Pedersen, Inc., 325 West Main Street, Babylon, New York, 11702, Marsh Grammar School fire alarm upgrades for $42,500. I need a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Counselor Pesh, second by Counselor Valley. Discussion. Mr. Mayor.
Again, this is another CIP project. This involves the engineering for that project. And in case anyone is wondering regarding procurement, so there is an exemption under 30B relative to engineering services and the like. And so this is in keeping with that exemption.
Thank you. Do you need clarifications, Counselor?
So this is, yes. So this is just for the equipment again?
This is only for engineering.
Or this is only for engineering, not equipment? Just this is just for the design?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other questions on this item? Counselor Drew.
As I read through the professional services terms and conditions into item 7, it asks that invoice payments are within 30 days. So once we get an invoice, we have to pay them within 30 days, or we see a fee of 18% accrued. So just want to make sure we understand that once they give us an invoice, we owe them money in 30 days, or we owe them. We're going to accrue interest on this contract.
Is that a statement or a question?
More of a statement?
Okay, thank you. Just for so if I may follow up on that to the CAFO, you really don't get these invoices till it's done, correct? Till you get the renderings or do they take so I didn't see that here. Did they take something up front?
They don't do it up front, but they would do progress payments because it's a project, especially with engineering. It's over time. There's different phases. Okay. So they'll do progress billing, but they'll do it once they've started the project.
Thank you.
Is net 30 the typical billing cycle in the city? Or
net 30, net 45, if we're lucky. Yeah.
Okay.
Councilor Santos.
I just have a quick question about this. If they're already going in to do part of the work, why don't we get an estimate on how the whole job is going to be at? Do we have that?
Do you mean all of the fire alarms?
Yes.
So I think they're trying. Oh, Mr. Goslin's here.
These engineerings are just to do the specs. They'll draw up exactly what has to be fixed, what has to be replaced, so then we can go out to bid for the actual install of the alarm system.
Thank you, Flo.
And they do, I will tell you that the engineering firm does follow it right through the installation, right up until it's complete, and they have to sign off on all those payments as well before the city does.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Ian, these are the ones that needed to be replaced for a long time while...
Correct. All our fire alarm systems are approaching 30 years, if they're not there already. They're all working. We're all still safe. But should things start to break, they don't make those parts anymore. You're scurrying the country looking for pieces of this and pieces of that. So we really need to upgrade it to more current, less proprietary product so that it's easier to fix or replace should we need to.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Just a helpful thought, as somebody who sat on the council side for several years, some of these contracts are sizable in terms of the amount. It's not this one, certainly in this case, but I'm speaking overall. And, I think that contracts, given the fact that they are one read items, it's kind of like one and done. You take a vote on it, and then it's not like it comes back for a second read unless it's, say, a CBA, something along those lines. And so if you have any level of discomfort or you have questions about the specific items in, say, a contract or anything like that, feel free to reach out to the department head, copy me, the CAFO ahead of time before you have the proverbial gun to your head to make a decision on a one-read item. That's something that might be helpful just to ensure that if there is any level of discomfort with these contracts, we're able to get all the questions answered in a complete, thorough manner and not kind of have on the fly so many questions and so much uncertainty before making big decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Santos.
I just want to add that to what the mayor just said, that I think that it's important for us to add all these questions on the table, just so that everyone everyone is aware of what we're doing, and especially our constituents are, if they have the same questions I have, they may have the answer there available to them as well. If we have it on an email, unless we put it public, they won't be able to get the information out.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further discussion? No. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Done with our contracts. Other officers and committee reports. Counselors, I wanted to point out, this is where you would give your committee reports in future meetings, but there's none this evening. Unfinished business, we're going over to resolutions. Resolution referencing an amendment agreement with respect to the establishment of vocational regional school district. EPA requested, there was a charter agreement attached as backup. Before I call the motion, I need a clarification from the solicitor. I know this is under TR 26-1. We received different number, 26-8. Am I amending that on the floor to the correct number, or?
So we're just procedurally going to vote on this as a new item because what was submitted is not an amendment of the pre-existing, what was submitted last time. It's substantially different. And there are two votes here that you need to take separately. One to approve the use of the $975,000, and then one also to approve the charter change allowing the request. So, and then you need a separate vote for the EPA, if that's your pleasure.
And for clarification, do I need 6 votes on the EPA?
Yes.
So I'll take a roll call on that. Thank
Yes.
you. With that being said, I'll take a motion in regards to TR 26-8. Would you like that motion read in its entirety? I'm sorry, that item.
So is this 8 or 1?
This is 20. One was the last proposal that we didn't proceed on because he asked to resubmit a different proposal, and so we're going to give this just a new number. It's still the same as what you received in the packet, but it needs to be TR 26-8 because it's actually a new matter.
Okay, so this item that we received
It's going to be
is 8, not
correct. TR 26-8, and I would suggest that you vote first on number 1, and then on number 2, and then you need to do an EPA for each of those ones separately. So you could do it like that.
So if I could have a council member read motion 1. I'm sorry, I will read the motion and then we will vote on that one and then the second item. Okay? So I'll read the entire motion. A motion for the city of Methuen to approve Greater Lawrence Technical School to use $975,000 from its excess and deficiency amount to purchase a hangar at the Lawrence Municipal Airport from the city of Lawrence at no cost to the city of Methuen. I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilor Marsan. I'll take a second by Councilor Pesh. Discussion on that item. Councilor Drew.
So in the last meeting, we talked about this being an amendment to the charter of the school. To Mr. Superintendent, thank you for coming.
That's the next one.
Right,
That's
the next
number
one?
2.
Or number 2. All right, I'm off.
This is just for the use.
It's just for the use. Okay. Getting excited. Sorry.
Is there any further discussion on this, on the first motion? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call on this, Madam Chair. TR 26-8 on motion number 1.
Okay. Councilor Pesh.
Yes.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Samard.
Yes.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DiZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
Councilor McLaurin.
Yes.
Councilor Marsan.
Yes.
Chair Soto.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, point of
Yeah.
clarification. Can we ask the superintendent if we still need an EPA on this? Because they gave an extension, gave him an extension on the time, so do we need an EPA tonight on this? Is that? Do we still need an EPA on this tonight? Because the airport authority gave you an extension on purchasing the hangar. That was the initial reason for the EPA. Do we still need an EPA on this evening?
We do need, yes, we do need it done tonight because the owner is anxious to sell. If we don't move on it quickly, then he's going to the next buyer. The city of Lawrence has approved the purchase of the hangar, and the attorneys are now working on a purchase and sale agreement. And once that's completed, then the sale will be completed. So we need your vote in order to solicit that, to make that possible. They would not be able to, or would not purchase it if your vote was not a positive.
Okay. So for clarification, Mr. Solicitor, your suggestion we vote on the EPA now or after?
For this one.
On this
You
one.
need one for each.
One for each,
Yes,
okay.
So
can
it
I
makes
move
more
the-
sense to,
Can I,
go ahead.
may I move the first motion to vote?
Correct.
And then after that, do the EPA? Thank
Correct.
you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. LaVoy. Councilor Marsan, does that answer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we took the roll call, refresh my memory, we passed. Now we're going to vote on the EPA.
I'll make a motion to put an EPA on the use.
Thank you, Councilor Marsan. There's a
Second.
motion from, second by Councilor DiZoglio. All those in favor? Actually, let's do a roll call.
On the EPA,
Yes, sir.
Only on the first item on the use.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Pesh.
Yes.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Samard.
no.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DiZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
Councilor McLaurin.
Yes.
Councilor Marsan.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now, on motion 2, the main motion, a motion to approve Greater Lawrence Technical School to change the school charter by entering into a sublease for land held for our school purposes from the City of Lawrence at the Lawrence Municipal Airport. The sublease shall have a maximum term of 20 years, 20, with an option to extend for an additional 4 years at the discretion of the committee. The monthly base rent shall be $607.65, an annual total of $7,291.80, subject to adjustment every third April based on changes in the Consumer Price Index. The district shall also be responsible for its allocable share of common area maintenance costs, including electricity, snow plowing, Secretary of State annual reporting fees, and insurance. The sublease shall include such other terms and conditions as the committee determines to be in the best interest of the district. I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Counselor Marciano.
Second.
Second by Counselor Valley. Discussion. Floor is yours, Counselor Drew.
Okay, now the amendment. Superintendent, on this amendment, we had spoken in the last time you were here that you were going to send over where this amendment was going to lie within your charter. Where does this amendment end up? Is this just going at the end of your charter? Is it going in the middle of it, the front of it? I have no idea where this amendment is actually amending.
No, it'll be somewhere in the middle of the charter where it talks about the ability to provide leases to a leased property. It's not doable at this time until this vote. I would say this was the second time we had the same language for leasing property when we bought the first hangar. So this will replace that language when we sell the other one. But for now, we'll have the ability to lease property in the charter twice. Where it falls exactly in terms of what page or anything, I don't have that now because the attorney has to put that in the charter once it's voted.
But when we were here 2 weeks ago, when we spoke on this, I had asked the question, where will this end up? And I figured you would have that because you told us that you would forward that over, highlighted where it would end up in your charter so we could ensure that we know where it's going. Because I don't know what this is amending. I know you're saying it's just going somewhere in the middle, just really don't care much for that.
What you're amending is allowing us to purchase, lease property where at this time, where it's not, this particular property is, until you vote, is not part, you're allowed, by voting, you're permitting a change in the charter. So you're amending the charter to add this to the charter. That's the amendment. So this language can be added to the charter. So that means that the charter is going to be, have new language in it, which is the amendment that will exist once this is approved.
Okay, I had one other question. In last week, watching back the meeting, you mentioned that this fee that we're paying also covers the taxes in North Andover. Is that correct?
The taxes, yes, it's part of the lease payment.
But aren't you, if you're a school, do you pay taxes?
We won't be paying any taxes because we're tax exempt.
Okay, because that was what we stated in the last meeting, was that you were going to pay the taxes out of some of that money there.
Yeah, so the West Side hangar pays taxes to North Andover, but we'll be exempt from, even though we're part of that consortium, we'll be tax exempt from.
So they'll tax exempt that square footage of that hangar?
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? No. So I have first, all those, actually, let's take a roll call, Madam Chair, sorry.
TR 26-8, the second motion to sublease. Counselor Pesh.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Samard.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
No.
Counselor McLaurin.
Yes.
Counselor Marsan.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no.
Motion carries. Now on the EPA,
Make a motion to put an EPA on the charter change.
thank you. Motion made by Counselor Marsan.
Second.
Second by Counselor Valley. Counselor Pesh?
Just, could you explain to us why we need the EPA on this? I'm assuming it doesn't hinder the sale.
I don't understand what you're saying. I can't hear what you're saying.
Just wondering why we need an EPA on this one. do we still need it? I didn't think it would hinder the sale.
We need it because we can't purchase this property without your approval. Are you saying that you want to push it to another meeting? I mean, if you didn't vote on it tonight, you would still have to vote on it in order for us to eventually purchase that hangar.
I mean, it doesn't seem. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like you're getting a lot of pushback, so I'm just wondering why we need the EPA. But you're saying we need this for the sale, the change in charter?
We can't purchase it if the city's not going to approve the change in the charter, then we can't purchase the hangar.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further questions or discussion on the EPA? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
EPA on charter change.
Motion.
Councilor Pash.
Yes.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Samard.
No.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
No.
Councilor McLaurin.
Yes.
Councilor Marsan.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
So that's 7 yes, 2 no.
Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Lavoy, on the acquisition of your new hangar for your students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Have a good evening. Thanks for your patience. TR 26-2, resolution authorizing a transfer of funds from the Edwin J. Castle Fund to Methuen Senior Center. Requests from the Commission on Trust Funds. Can I take a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion from Councilor DeZoglio, second by Councilor Samard. Discussion. Seeing none? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. That passes. Ordinances. I believe I need a motion to remove, let's see, this is solicitor, if I may. I need clarification on item 25-21. I believe we passed this.
So yes, you already passed this at the last meeting. We had removed it from the table, which was the first read when it was laid on the table, and then it was voted on and passed at the last meeting. So it's in effect. We have been working with the chief to make some minor tweaks, which he requested, which we will bring back in the form of amendments at a later meeting.
Correct.
So you don't need to take any action on this. It's already been passed by the council at the last meeting.
Thank you. And so this will, I spoke with the chief earlier. It'll be on your next agenda meeting for February 2nd, and we will add an EPA to it just to approve those amendments that we had further discussed last meeting. Thank you, Mr. Solicitor.
I would just say we had some feedback today. If any of the councilors have feedback on that, feel free to reach out to the solicitor's office and give us your input on that.
Thank you. Perfect. New business, resolutions, TR 26-3, a resolution, am I skipping? 2. Oh, God.
It's 2.
Where are my glasses? It's that time. Thank you, Madam Clerk, I missed it. An ordinance amending the wage and salary classification plan of the position of the Assistant Council Clerk, request of Councilor Soter. I need a motion to remove from the table.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Pesh, seconded by Councilor Valley. Discussion on the removal. Seeing none? Let's take a roll call on this for the
Are
removal.
we voting on it now?
No, just removing
Just
the table.
remove it from the table, and then we'll vote.
Councilor Pash.
Yep.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
Councilor McLaurin.
Yes.
Councilor Marsan.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
Motion
Motion carries. Now, on the main motion, I need a motion to approve with a second.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Pesh.
Second.
Second by Counselor Valley. Discussion. Counselor Drew.
So this pay scale, can somebody just tell me who chose this table? I understand where we got the table, what the table does. Who chose which table we're actually utilizing here? I don't know if that's a question to the CAFO. Is that the mayor? Is that you, Madam Chair? I'm not sure who answers that question.
So we received this from Madam Chair with discussion about whether we thought that it was appropriate based on other positions in the city, which we agreed with.
Okay, so we used data from other positions within the city, and this was the only data we used was...
So I didn't use anything to create the table. The table was presented by the chair, but we reviewed it in comparison with the other clerk positions within the town, within the city, and it was reasonable in comparison.
Okay. I want to be clear about what I see here, and it's again, this is not and I've had this discussion, this is not a personal, I believe that Ms. Ferry is an absolutely phenomenal employee and extremely qualified for this position. I mean, vastly overqualified in my opinion, especially for the job description as it sits. So I think we need to look at this as a position, not the person, and the qualifications for this position. My concern is when this position reopens, we are now paying for somebody that does not have the qualifications of the person who's currently occupying that job. And I think that's, I believe, but I don't have the data to back up where this sits in other places to make a decision on that. So again, this is my decision on this vote as of now is not to, just want to make sure it's not reflected on the person. This is more on the position that I'm concerned with.
May I ask clarification, Counselor Drew, when you say you don't have the information, is the information from not in the building or from other municipalities?
My concern isn't, I know we sent the information for the building. Where do we stand within other municipalities for similar roles, that type of stuff, is kind of my concern. I don't know where all these other positions lie in comparison. I've never had to hire a clerk myself in the world, so I don't have the data to make an educated conversation. From email correspondence that we've had on this, there were things that were said that I don't know to be true or not true. I've made other calls, and some of that information just trying to find pay scales. And
can bear with me just. So I wanted clarification if the information was from other municipalities, because I also want to point out the assistant. This is uncomfortable with you right next to me, but we're going to do this. The assistant city clerk position is unique to Methuen by charter. What does that mean? When you go to Lawrence, when you go to other municipalities, Haverhill, you will not have an assistant, you will not have this clerk department by charter. That is the gods of Methuen that did that prior to us. We got to deal with it, right? So with that being said, when I provided, and I'm sorry, I get emotional, I get loud. When I provided my data of the clerk positions in this building along, which I passed at the first meeting, you could see the assistant council clerk, 56,623. The lowest number is that number, which is hers. Everyone else, whether clerk 1, 2, or 3, or confidential secretary in this building, God bless them, they're much higher. That's what I use, because I had to look at what's in my building. What are comparable positions? Now, you may say, well, it's not comparable, because in Lawrence, for example, or I believe the email referenced, I think Lawrence, Haverhill, because we are talking about an email that was sent to this body by an employee as well in this building. I want to be clear on that too. So I have my opinions on that. I'm going to reserve them myself. But in essence, when I am looking at apples to apples within the building, we do have our clerk at the bottom of the barrel. You can agree to disagree, and I respect that 100%. Now, other clerks in this building, what time is it, Counselor? Give me the time. 9:53 p.m. Department heads are still sitting in the audience, right? But the clerk has to be here till we leave. In essence, we can be here till 11, and by the vote that we chose on our procedures, we will not continue unless we amend the rules and we continue till midnight. That could happen tonight. Could very well happen tonight. When you look at, example, other municipalities, and I want to give the floor to Councilor Samard because he tabled this item and he was going to do some research. I think he should elaborate on his research. And then Councilor DeZoglio as well. I know Councilor Valley called me with additional research after receiving that email. That's the beauty of this body. When they get emails from outside, they actually go back and do their search and do their homework. And I appreciate that. So if you don't mind, with your permission, can I give the floor to Councilor Samard? I'd like to do that to see if you did any additional research.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
We're going over our yielded time, so I'm not sure if you're using his time or you're using your time, but I believe Councilor McLaren.
Your microphone is not on, Counselor.
So, who's next? I mean, she had her hand up.
I didn't see you, Counselor
Yeah,
McLaren. Would you like to go next?
I just have one quick clarifying question, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this is something you can answer. Does this change in the classification of the salary change upon someone else entering the position, or will it stay the same regardless of the qualifications of or the experience of the next person who takes the role?
So what I'd like to do is have the solicitor answer that and piggyback if the CAFA wants to join, because I feel that's a more appropriate person to answer that.
Well, so these positions are not part of collective bargaining. These positions under the charter are in section 28D, and the positions of city solicitor, city council clerk, city council assistant clerk, mayor, and council are all set by the council. And they're set at your will. Typically, they're set upon appointment, and they can change at any time. So the last council chose to implement this with some salary steps. Other councils have chosen to do it differently. It's completely at your discretion. It is not necessarily, you're not wedded to it when the position becomes vacant. But if that's something of concern, then the council can specify that with respect to this order or any order. So it's completely at your discretion. The mayor, the positions appointed by the council are not a part of the salary administration plan controlled by the mayor. If we look at his authority in section 3.2 of the charter, he shall supervise and direct the administration of all departments, commissions, boards, and officers except the city council, school committee, city accountant, solicitor's office, and clerk of the council. So these are not mayoral positions. He shall fix the compensation of all city officers and employees appointed by him. These positions are not appointed by the mayor, and he does not fix their compensation. So it's entirely up to the council to fix the compensation as it sees fit. It can do it this way. It did it this way last time. If it decides later on that this is not the right way to do it, or the position is vacant, and it wants to change those numbers, it's free to do so. It's free to do to address that issue now or in the future, totally at its discretion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa's doing a great job, and, it would be a loss to this council if she opted to leave if this vote didn't pass, but we're funding the position and not the person. She's definitely overqualified. If we were filling this position tomorrow with a new candidate, would we have it at that rate? There's nothing more demoralizing as a union employee, because I've been one for 30 years. There's nothing more demoralizing when you're a union employee and you're taking a cost of living allowance on a regular basis for a raise, and you're working hard, you're here 15, 20 years. And then the mayor comes in, the new council comes in, next you know they're paying their people. When I say people, you're part of the council, and so are the unaffiliated workers. And they're getting these exorbitant raises because, the old phrase, we're here for a good time, not a long time. And there's nothing more demoralizing as someone who put their time in who's making a set amount. So let's just say there's a clerk step 3 that's in this building that she went out and got her master's because she wants to better herself. Are we going to up her salary and change the wage and salary classification? I think not.
Well, we would need to collectively bargain that, and that's the difference between clerks that are in the union and unaffiliated positions and managerial positions.
I know that, Counselor. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. But unfortunately, it's always the union employees that are the most invested in the city that always get shortchanged when it comes to collective bargaining. And then you have some people that come in and, you know, I think Ms. Ferry's been there for 2 years, and look at the raise we're giving her. So it's not going to go well in City Hall or around the city, and that's why I'm a no vote. So thank you.
Counselor, I had Valley on this side. I'm sorry, Desoglio had research, and then Valley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I put this thought into it, and I'm still on the fence hearing everybody's issues. I actually reached out to two communities that have the same population and actually have the same budget as us. I reached out to PB. I talked to the city councilor, Ann, and then I talked to George from Methuen. They both said they were shocked that we have our own clerks, especially 2 of them. They usually have their own people in their clerk's office, so be like Ann. Ann would be staying here, putting our packets together, or they would have a designated person. They also hire actually their own minutes person, like a messenger, that actually types. So it's a totally different human being. Unfortunately, that person, I think, I don't want to quote, either left or retired. So they've been vacant, and Method's kind of weird right now. But so I try to reach out to Chicopee, couldn't get a hold of anybody over there. What's the other town? Another city. I don't have it at the top of my head. So this is where I look at it saying, well, I compare, and a lot of those salaries are up to about 80,000 to 100,000, depending on where you are looking for in that type of skill. Another thing I did, I reached out to this solicitor, and I get where everybody's saying they're worried about when Lisa leaves that position, that we all know how Methuen works. Someone knows someone, and then it comes back to the body, and then somehow that person gets that job, and they're at that regular pay scale of $78,000. It has happened. I've been here for 27 years, and I've seen it happen. So I did, if you want me to present it, I did file an amendment that I sent to the solicitor. Can I read it, and then pass it out to everybody, or I could pass it out?
Whatever you feel comfortable doing, Councilor.
So it would say, I'm basically taking the power away from the council on this ordinance, of going it back to the normal. It will say, be it further ordained that when the current position becomes vacant, the above salary schedule shall automatically expire and no longer be in effect for this position. At that time, as per section 2B(d) of the Methuen Home Rule Charter, the council shall set the salary of the assistant council or clerk position by vote. Basically, I'm not setting it by vote. This is an ordinance, and once Lisa leaves that position, council will have to do nothing. It will go back to the old salary scale. So yes, that's where I think protects the corruption part of happening, or nepotism, or whatever you want to put it. I'm going to hope for the vote for that, if you want me to put it up.
If I may ask, Councilor, are you making the motion right now, or you're going to allow Councilor
I'm sorry.
to speak and then come back?
I didn't know if I could separate the amendment and then continue discussion. So I can wait if you want me to. That's whatever works with the process here.
Councilor Valley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After receiving the email that you mentioned a few minutes ago, that I was basically called liar, that I lie on the floor, I decided to reach out to a couple of communities as well. And the only one that got back to me was the community, the city of Lawrence, and I spoke with HR. And she explained to me the same thing that I explained to you. The city clerk is the one that attend the meetings, work in the minutes, but they do have a confidential secretary. So the city clerk is making 120,000 plus 1,000 and change as a stipend for the year to attend the meetings. And the confidential secretary is making $72,800. So I didn't like, for the record.
Counselor. I'm sorry, Counselor Pesh, and then I'll go back to you.
Thanks. I just had a question, and I am for amending this. My question, though, is in reference to what Councilor Samard said, because I noticed on this list, there are 4 different clerks that are all at or lower than where our assistant council clerk is. Do we know anything about those jobs? Are those union jobs? Are they all?
They are.
And do we know anything about their hours? Are they full-time? Are they?
I have the list. I'm sorry. Could you please provide this to the mayor, madam?
I'm just wondering, because while I'm in favor of this, I hate how arbitrary all of this is. You know, I just wish it were, and to Councilor DeZoglio's point, you know, if we do something like this where it reverts back, I would hope that we would further elaborate on the job duties. And I would love to see positions in Methuen, especially going forward, more like the police or the fire department, where you have a range and then, you know, you might get a bump for a particular degree or what have you. I just, you know, we all talk about transparency, and this whole arbitrarily finding, you know, what this job should be is just, it doesn't sit well with me.
So to answer your question, they're all full-time. Some are unionized, some are union positions, some are unaffiliated.
Okay, so I mean, I understand everyone's concern, but I would hope that if we're doing this, that we would look at the other unaffiliated as well. Because in my, you know, we can say this isn't personal, and it's not, but I do think that if we are making a job reflective of the work that is being done, then that should be done citywide.
I'm going back to you, Counselor. These are all the mayor employees, though, and this is our employee. So I
Okay.
just wanted to just
Right.
point that out. So that's why we need to pull the trigger on this, not on them. That's his privy. So I just wanted to remind us of that. Counselor DeZoglio.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I see everybody's concerns, and that's why reaching out to Councilor Valley, Lawrence, to me, the reason why I didn't reach out to them was because they have like 80,000 people, so their budget, their tax revenue, all that stuff. And I feel like, and this is not towards you, but I feel like we did this on the school side. We always compared ourselves to cities that weren't even close to us in population, budget, their school situation, where they get more state funding than us. So I always try to make that argument, even on school committee. You have to compare us to the precise of us. That's why I reached out to Methuen and Peabody, and I was trying to reach out to those other two, but nobody responded, which hopefully they will respond to me in the next few days. And I feel like that's the research that we need to stop doing as a council and in any office. We need to stop comparing us to cities that have much more in tax revenue, much more commercial base, residential base. Their budget, like I said, I even looked at their city budget. They had, I think Lawrence has, Methuen actually had a little less than us in their budget. We have like 212. If I'm correct, Mr. Mayor, 212. They had like 189. So they're operating cheaper than us. And I could have read their budget wrong. But that's what I did my research on to make this kind of comparison. Also, I understand everybody's concern, and I'm still concerned about it. Our union employees, I feel like, you know, this is going to look like we're taking care of our own. And that's going to hurt us in the future. Like I said, I'm still on the fence about it. I think a lot of people are still, so we have options in the next few minutes before we start making those decisions. but that's where I want people to know that that's how we should be doing our research.
Thank you,
Point of
Councilor.
clarification.
Yes.
Councilor DiSoglio, the city of Lawrence was one of the city referenced in the email, and that was the reason I reached out to them today. Okay, thank you.
Councilor DiSoglio, are you making your motion for the amendment, or are you not?
I like to motion my amendment.
Second.
So motion by Councilor DiSoglio, there's a second on the floor.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Amendment to the amendment.
If possible, Councilor DiSoglio, just where it says the council shall set the salary, I'd like to change it to shall reevaluate the salary and job duties of the assistant council clerk position by vote.
Through you, Madam
Yes.
Madam Chair, can I point to the solicitor as he helped me
Absolutely.
with this amendment? Would that be
Mr.
fine?
Solicitor.
You can do whatever you want with
Okay.
it. Yep.
The council shall set the salary, repeat
So it
that.
shall reevaluate the salary and job duties of the assistant council clerk. And I think it just would give us a better way to carve out what we're looking for.
Okay, so, thank you, Councilor Pesh. So I have a motion on the motion, so I will pass that on to you. I will take a second on the motion to the motion.
Second.
I think he has to accept my friendly amendment.
I motion the friendly amendment.
Okay, so he motions the friendly amendment. We have a second by Councilor Valley. Well, let's take a roll call on this, Madam Clerk.
On the friendly amendment or on the amendment?
As a whole, so he accepted it.
Can we read the whole thing?
Yes,
As
let's read it
reads,
again.
So people know what it is we're voting on.
Councilor DiSoglio, I'm going to read your amendment and add Councilor Pesh's. Or would you like to do that?
No, you can.
Okay.
Do you want me to do it?
Why don't
Because I
you
have
do
in
it,
front of
since
me?
you're the one doing the amendment?
Be it further ordained that when the current position becomes vacant, the above salary schedule shall automatically expire and no longer be in effect for this position. At that time, as per section 2-8D of the Methuen Homeroom Charter, the council shall reevaluate the salary and job duties of the assistant council clerk position by vote.
There is your complete amendment. So I'll take a roll call on that, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Pash?
Yes.
Councilor Santos?
Yes.
Councilor Smart?
No.
Councilor Valley?
Yes.
Councilor DiSoglio?
Yes.
Councilor Drew?
Yes.
Councilor McLaurin?
Yes.
Councilor Marsan?
Yes.
And Chair Soto?
Yes.
So that's 8 yes, 1.
So the amendment passes, correct? Now on the main motion. Any further discussion? Oh, Councilor Drew.
We alluded to the clerks that are in the building that are less. Is their job description similar to the job description that is set for the assistant council clerk currently with the 2 years, the high school diploma, the 2 years clerking experience, the use of Excel, so forth? I just want to make sure that they're...
I don't have that in front of me, Council. We'd have to look that up for you.
Councilor DiSoglio.
So another concern, and I was just to you, Madam Chair, to the CAFO. So the question I have right now, because of the funding, from my understanding, we have this line item. We will take money from the solicitor's office to fund this position. Question is though, if Mrs. Ferry moves up on the pay scale, what will happen to our budget? Is that going to put us in the red? Because that's another concern of mine. If as she increases, I'm not thinking about this year. I'm thinking about next year too, when she gets her bump.
So at this point, the city council's budget, as we sit here today, even without this, is already in the red. And so on July 1st, when the fiscal year 27 budget takes effect, it would just simply need to reflect the addition on the basis of the passing of this ordinance.
So clarification to the comment of us being in the red, it is my experience from being in this council, 2 previous budgets, that we are constantly transferring funds to cover. So it's not like the council chairman, no offense to my previous chairman, but it wasn't like they allocate extra thousands of dollars for, other than their salaries, and very minor dollars for like cards or, which hence the email I sent you all that I think you should all be getting the training you're taking paid from through the council, meaning if you're going to go learn about policy and how to write ordinances and how to bring in forth new initiatives, you shouldn't have to be taking $200 out of your pocket. We should have an allocated budget through that, but that's, I'm getting off the topic. What I'm trying to say is, to your point, Mr. Mayor, that's not unusual of the council office based on the way it's been managed previously, number one. Number two, knowing that the legal fees, the transfer would come, if it passes, would come from that legal line item, which if the CAFO could elaborate what that looks like, and obviously he had to agree, right?
And that makes the situation whole.
Yeah, which makes us whole.
Yes.
And
Right.
so he agreed and or is agreeing, and so therefore, not only will it include that transfer, but I will also ask him to allot additional dollars so that I can get you guys your business cards and the other things that you need. So, and a timestamp that I need. Is that doable?
Well, yes, and there's a regular budget process. You're entitled, the council's entitled to meet with the mayor and bring
And we
forth
will.
their requests.
And we
And
will.
if there's additional things that you want, you have to ask for them and see
Councilor
if you can
Samard.
get them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the one glaring fact is that the previous council put us in the red. I don't know when the last time a council was in the red prior to this year. And then this new council is going to put us even in the red even more. So you can answer that.
Well, in this case, without getting into sensitive details, it's been a very unique year in terms of personnel within the council office, which has certainly complicated things. And that's simply a matter of, reality in life and the way that, things have played out. But nevertheless, given the solicitor's indication of his willingness to provide some additional support out of his budget, in that case, it's not like this will completely leave the council out in the cold by way of funding, where as long as we have that mechanism in place or being at least offered, that will ensure that the funding is available for something like this in this fiscal year, and then going forward, to reference what Councilor DiZoglio asked about earlier, like we would do with any other position. Like, for instance, there are 2, I referenced economic development and the sanitation role. Let's say hypothetically somebody comes into one of those positions, name the step. If that's not currently in the budget this year, that would be reflected in fiscal year 27. So there are mechanisms by which this would work from a fiscal standpoint.
Thank you. Are you all set, Counselor? Thank you. Counselor Pesh.
Thanks. And I just wanted to clarify, because I think it was said the last time, if this gets passed, the step would not increase as of July, right? It would be a year from the date?
It would be a year, if this is approved tonight, I believe it's effective upon passage, which means it would go into effect for tomorrow, and the step would be a year from there.
Okay. Because I know we've had some things in the past where for some reason it would pass and then the step would hit in July.
It gets complicated with COLAs, et cetera, so that would be a different ballgame, but as far
But
as
this will be 1 year.
the stepping goes, it would be 1 year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? I'll take a roll call, Madam Clerk, on the main motion.
Councilor Pesh.
Yes.
Sorry.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Samard.
No.
Counselor Valley,
Yes.
Counselor DiZoglio,
Yes.
Counselor Drew,
No.
Counselor McLaurin,
No.
Counselor Marsan,
Torn. No.
Chair Soto.
Yes.
5 yes, 4 no.
I think that fails, correct?
That fails. 6 votes are required.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item under ordinances, we have 25-21, an ordinance amending the winter, oh, actually, I'm back. I went back. Resolutions,
Lowell Street.
TR 26-3, a resolution accepting the conservation easement at 799 Lowell Street in Methuen, Mass. Pursuant to MGL C40, Section 8C. Motion to accept. Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Valley. Discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the city solicitor. I didn't see any sunset or termination clause in this document. So once the DP order of conditions are satisfied, is this going to be a permanent easement?
No, it is a permanent easement.
It's permanent?
It is
Okay.
permanent, yes. It's a pedestrian easement for compliance purposes, so that the conservation officer can walk on the land unfettered to check on continued compliance going forward.
Thank
So
you.
it will be a permanent recorded easement.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Counselor Marsan.
Isn't this the site where we had the sighting of the eagle, and that's
Correct.
why the
Correct.
conservation wants it? So if the eagle does nest there again next year, they want to be able to go view it and see if there's any need, or that's why there's a pedestrian easement on this site.
Yes, and it's just for the conservation officer.
Right, it's not for-
not for the public to go look at the eagle, just to be clear.
So, any further questions? I had a few questions on that. And part of it had to do with why it was only given to the Conservation Commission as opposed to the city, per se?
This is typically how it works with conservation easements. The Conservation Commission is authorized to both hold land and also hold easements. So it's typically, this was part of a conservation easement that was voluntarily deeded to us by the developer. This was something that Joe Giarrusso worked on for a while to make sure that we protected that habitat for the bald eagle.
I saw the DPE order was referenced. Is it because of the DPE order, or?
No, not really. I mean, it was really, Joe Giarrusso worked on this to, I mean, certainly DEP helped with that, but it was a mutual thing. The developer was pretty helpful.
Okay. I had questions on protocol when they go to the site. Do they have to have particular badges for identifying themselves, or no, that's not?
I mean, the conservation officer has a badge.
And then my pet peeve on when we do easements, and this has to do because of my experience on unaccepted ways, who assumes the liability now that we have an easement on there? And that's for maintenance obligation. Is it explicit or implied over time now that we have that easement?
So we are not this is strictly an access easement.
Okay.
The property will be as it exists. There's not any provision in there. They're not going to clear the easement for us.
Okay.
I mean, it's anticipated that, it'll be grown. Like, we're free to do that if we want, but it would be up to them to clear it.
Allow it. And then, is it perpetual?
It is perpetual, yes.
Okay. And finally, does it transfer automatically, obviously, if it's perpetual with the
Yes.
ownership? Okay.
Yep, it doesn't matter. It'll be recorded at the Registry of Deeds, and it will run with the land, no matter who owns it.
Okay, and if anyone's injured on there, it belongs to the owner, not us.
It belongs to the owner. We only
was
have
it?
an easement. Yep.
Those are my
Yep,
questions.
There's no city liability for us.
All right. If there are any further questions or discussions, or, okay. So on TR 26-3, I'll take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That passes. Resolution approving the tax increment financing agreement among the City of Methuen Eagle Management Co. LLC, DBA Eagle Woodworking, and 189 North Main Street LLC, requested by the mayor and the Director of Economic Development, Mr. Jack Wilson. I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Marsan, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. Discussion. This is on the TIF, correct?
Correct.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Councilor Valley.
Thank you. I'm all the way in for economic development, but I noticed on page 3, section 4, it states that the company will create a minimum 67 new jobs, but are the transfer included here, the one from Middleton and Lawrence? Because if that's the case, I think the mayor said something about that on his report. So only 25 new jobs will be created in Methuen.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, sorry.
Good evening, Madam Chair, through you to the members of the council, new and returning. For the record, my name is Jack Wilson. I am the Director of Economic and Community Development. I'm very pleased to be here with you this evening, accompanied by Mr. Scott Rosenshine, who is not only here to support the agreement you've got before you, but also is appreciative of the massive municipal government lesson he learned by sitting through this meeting tonight. So thank you on his behalf. But the short answer to the question is the 67 jobs are all being created in Methuen. There are 42 jobs that are relocating from the 2 former facilities, and then there'll be another 25 jobs created. But those are all new jobs to Methuen, the 42 that are relocating. And that's very common for this TIF program. And for those uninitiated, if I may, the tax increment financing agreement is a tool by which the State Economic Office of Economic Office of Business Development and municipalities work jointly together, where the state provides incentives for the company. In this case, the company that was at this point last year or later in the year, actually on the verge of moving from their current locations or their then current locations in Middleton and Lawrence to New Hampshire. State stepped in, let us know that we've got to find some opportunity for them here in Massachusetts, and specifically here in Methuen, and the opportunity at 476 Broadway came up. So this piece before you is actually the third leg of a stool that involves the Commonwealth, the company and the landlord for the time being, and the city of Methuen. So in essence, the benefit to the city is not only the creation of the additional 25 jobs, but the relocation of 42 jobs. It's also investment in a property that has been largely vacant and blighted for the last 10 years. And prior to that 10 years was actually not on the tax rolls when it was occupied by Crest, as it was a public entity. So this is a real great confluence of interest for the city to support this TIF. It's relatively speaking, and Methuen's been successful in implementing TIFs, at least for the city's part, doing so with New Balance as the most recent success story. But this is a way for us to say what is the sweet spot for the Mass Office of Business Development's program is manufacturing, and that's what this company is. They manufacture, it's a veteran-owned company that manufactures specialty woodworking products, cabinetry. So it's they're fully built out, and I hope at some point we talked earlier about perhaps the mayor and the council being invited to do a tour of the property as they're moved in. Their plan is to buy the property for a figure of $6.15 million. The current value, and this is what I think the most important thing I can convey, because it could get lost in the paperwork, the typical forms that the state provides you. What we've agreed to do under the terms of this TIF is to essentially, the current property assessed value is $4.815 million. We are collecting taxes on $4.815 million. The city, for the life of the 5-year term, will continue to collect taxes from the property owner on the 4.815. What we're agreeing to here with the proposal in front of you is that when the time comes, and they've already made a significant investment in plant equipment, when the time comes for the acquisition of the property, which will very likely trigger an increase in the assessed value, what we're saying to the company is that the city will, in year one, anything over and above that 4.815 that you are assessed for the property, we will exempt that 100% from taxes. In year two, that new growth will be exempt at 80%. And then year 3, 4, and 5 will be 60, 40, and 20. And after year 5, the company will be paying, or through the landlord, but presumably the company will own it by that time, will be paying full taxation. So what we essentially do, one of the features I like about this particular tool in the economic development toolbox that we have is that it's not saying to the city, you're going to collect more taxes than you are already collecting. We're going to be collecting exactly what we've been collecting now. And only for year one will we not be doing something over and above that. So that's essentially that's a long answer to your question, Councilor, but I thought if given the opportunity, I could kind of boil it down for you in the late hour. It might be of benefit to everyone.
Well, wasn't this parcel tax exempt already, right? Wasn't it tax exempt parcel? Right, Crest was tax exempt.
During the time it was owned by Crest, it was completely tax exempt.
We were collecting zero, right?
Yeah, and I think I just said that a moment ago.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
And then about 10 years ago, the property was acquired, but it hasn't essentially been occupied until the folks at Eel Woodworking came along at the end of last year. So what you have is this last piece in that three-party commitment to do what we can to create jobs here in Methuen, expand the tax base, remove blight, and essentially check off most of the boxes that we need to check off when it comes to expanding the commercial tax base.
The council, please.
If I could just, I just want to correct something from my financial impact statement. Normally with the TIF, once the council approves it, it then goes to the state for their approval. As the director just mentioned, the state's already been involved in this, so the state's already approved it. So in my impact statement, I said that once it's approved by council, it will go to the state. That's incorrect. I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. That's already happened. So
and
once
I could speak to why that happened. The Commonwealth and Governor Healy's administration at the time, and we had discussions with them, is that they thought it was vitally important that they not have to wait for the piece that's happening here for the company to be incentivized from a state tax standpoint just to remain in Massachusetts and not move to New Hampshire. So time was of the essence.
Sorry, just quickly, when was the property assessed?
That's the current assessment.
Right, but is it newly assessed? Was it previously assessed? Was it assessed when they purchased it?
It gets assessed every year,
So that's not my understanding, though.
These are the new assessments that just came out for 26.
These are the new ones that came out?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll give you an example. At the time we began discussions with the company, the assessed value was 4.5, north of 4.5. It's not 4.8.
It went up. It went up. Sure.
went up.
No. I just was wondering if, like, it was assessed when it was sold for like a certain amount and then had gone up every year, or when it was newly assessed. But you're saying it was at 26.
And to that point, when the property is acquired by the woodworking company from the current owner, that sale is a factor in determining what the new assessed value is. So where they're making they're going to be making an investment of over 7.6 million, 6.1 of which, almost 6.2, is the acquisition of the property, which hasn't happened yet. When that happens, if you're paying for a property at $6.15 million and the current value is 4.85, you don't have to be a betting person to assume that assessed value is going to go up.
Can you say that again? Sorry. I just lost you on that
So
one.
the current value is 4.815.
Yes.
Right? In a year or so from now, if all goes according to the plan that's laid out, Eagle Woodworking will buy from the current owner that property for an agreed upon amount that's a lease with an option purchase of $6.15 million. It's currently assessed at 4.8. Can be purchased for 6.15. When that happens, and the assessor is made aware of that transaction taking place, as with every other commercial piece of property, that's factored into what the new assessed value will be when that time comes for the next assessment. Does that make sense?
Right. It makes sense, but I was told that there's usually a 2-year lag time. between the sale and.
And it might very
when
well
it's-
be that. And if that happens, then
But that's where the tax incentive, let's say, comes into place for a company like this, because if it has that big jump, then they get a little bit of a break.
yeah, I mean,
For
not
a
to say
limited
from the
time.
company standpoint, it's not as advantageous if it was when they do it, it's at 60% rather than the 100% in year one. But that's exactly the case, that we would hold them at the 4.815 for 5 years, going down from 100% of that annual growth, 80, 60, 40, 20, to year 5 when they.
I guess my question, and again, I don't know these numbers, but my question was, like, let's say it was sold 20 years ago for, I know it's not the case, but say it was 20 years ago for 4.1 million or whatever, 3.8 and had gradually gone up to this 4.6 number or whatever, right? Versus if it had been reassessed somewhere in the middle and it's actually worth 20 million, and again, I'm using arbitrary numbers, I know this isn't true, but if it had just gone up and that new assessment, like a brand new assessment on that property would show it at 20 million because now the market's doing whatever it's doing and then it's going to go upward of there. I was just wondering where it was in that line of actually being assessed versus being properly assessed and then just going up, if that makes sense.
Well, I don't know if I'd call it properly versus how it is assessed
Yeah,
now.
I know,
I think everything according to the way the Methuen Assessor's Office works is it's all proper.
Sure.
And I have faith in the assessor in coming in and providing the number to me that we use as a basis. I can't go and do the assessor's job, know what I want to, simply go to the assessor and say, can you give me a certified assessor card as to what the current value on that property is? And then it's up to my department and working with the mayor to say, listen, let's try and figure out what we can do with this company to show that we're committed to their continued growth here in Methuen and the investment in 476 Broadway. But the establishment of the assessment is done according to state law and as it affects commercial property. So I don't know if that's answering your question, but to my mind, it's been the assessed value is sort of what it is, based in part on past transactions.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm for it. I, again, just was kind of wondering where it was in that, line of assessed value. So kind of.
I mean, as I understand it, there are lags, but it's the same thing is true with the triennial assessment of residential, where, you live on one end of town, I live on the other end of town. Yes, they do my assessment for purposes of a particular fiscal year 8 months before you get to mine, and the market crashes. Sure. Well, and all of a sudden our real estate values have adjusted, but the assessment has to come down to a common denominator, imaginary date, right? Let's say, or not imaginary date, but a common date using the formulas that are used. Same thing with the commercial property.
We can send this to you. So just so you know, they come out every January and they're backward looking. So they're not, even if there was a sale, it wouldn't be necessarily reflected. It would depend on how close it was. So and the formula doesn't work exactly. It doesn't exactly correlate. Just because something was sold for 10 million, the assessment doesn't automatically go up to 10 million because that was a market sale. But like the director said, it's factored in, and it is a strong factor in what the valuation is. I can't tell you exactly, but we can find out for you.
Councilor Marsan.
Thank you. So this is economic development. This is what we want. If we don't, this shows our commitment to a new business in our community. We don't lose any tax money. We're gaining it. We're giving them a 5-year incentive to come here. We need more of this. He's taking an empty building and utilizing it. And he's going to purchase it. So we cannot say no. This is so vital to us, to our economic development of our city, to have more commercial tax base here. Thank you.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Just to piggyback of Councilor Marsan, we are very low. I think it's 12% is our commercial base right now. And the fact that we just keep spinning our wheels and talking about it, we all know we need the commercial tax base. And everybody's talking about precious time. And we have items that we have to get through. Let's just pass this because we're all going to vote yes on this. Okay? Mm-hmm. So what's that?
Move to vote.
Move to vote.
So are you saying move the question at the privilege motion?
Yeah, move the question.
Second.
Second to move the question. Let's take a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Smart.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
Counselor McLaurin.
Yes.
Counselor Marsan.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Motion passes.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you, Mr.
sir.
Wilson.
Thank you for choosing Methuen. Thank you. Okay, so that goes there. All right. TR 26-5, resolution requesting comprehensive condition, safety, and capital needs audit of all city-owned parks and public spaces, sponsored by Councilor Drew. I need a motion and a second. Is there a motion? Motion by Councilor Samar. Is there a
Second.
second by Councilor Valley? Discussion. I'll give the floor to Councilor Drew to explain his resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, I hate using the word audit, but it's kind of what it is. It's more of an assessment of knowing what our inventory is and the kind of status of everything we have in the green space, and kind of joining the Parks Committee. I want to be able to ensure that we're spending capital money in the right spots, so we know where our liabilities are, work on the plan. Currently, we're probably not going to be able to get grants for fiscal year 26. A lot of that boat has sailed, so this will help us work on the grant system for fiscal year 27. I really think we need to assess what we have for parks, for ball fields, for trails, all these types of things to start bettering our city for the quality of life for our residents, and planning ahead and not always being reactive.
Councilor Santos.
After reading it, I really agree with you, Council John Drew. It looks great. It looks like a great idea. I think this is the point to start moving forward and see what we need to do in our city. I just wanted to add that to our, but I will also want to make a motion to amend. I would like to add a subcommittee, and that was public participation also added. So I just want to add to that a subcommittee to this resolution.
I have a motion on the table to add a subcommittee to the resolution. Is there a second? Hearing none, that motion fails, Counselor, to add the subcommittee. You wanted to speak, Counselor?
I think, Council Santos, I think what you meant that was the next one over was the building one, which is almost the same, because this one would end up on the Parks Committee,
Yeah.
correct? Which we currently have. So I think that's why it was just, they're pretty much identical. So
Yeah.
I think that's where the mix-up was. So that was all. Just wanted clarification.
Anyone else? On Counselor Marsan.
So I'm in favor of this, but we just need to know what an audit is going to cost us. We need some idea. We can't just sit here and say we're going to accept this and it could be $500,000 to do an audit. We have no idea. I just think we need to work on that before we do the second read here. So I'm making a motion to table this until we get an actual number that it's going to cost us to do this audit.
I have a motion on the table. I have a motion to table.
Second.
Second by Counselor Valley. No discussion.
on
I
table.
thought I'm going to call the vote on the table. If it doesn't pass the table, I'll go back to discussion. So I have a motion to table by Counselor Marsan, second by Counselor Valley. Let's take a roll call on the motion to table. Please.
Counselor Patch.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Smart.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
No.
Counselor Drew.
No.
Counselor McLaurin.
Yes.
Counselor Marsan.
Yes.
Chair Soto.
No.
So it's 3 no, 6 yes.
Item is tabled. Next resolution. TR 26-6, resolution requesting comprehensive facilities condition risk and capital needs audit on all non-school city-owned buildings and facilities, sponsored by Councilor John Drew. Motion to accept the motion. May I have a motion?
Motion to accept.
Second.
Second. So Santos, second by Pesh. Discussion. Councilor, so wait a minute. I wanna, it's late, I'm tired. Okay. First, second, I'm in discussion, right? I'm gonna give the floor to Councilor Drew. It's his resolution, and then I'll kick it back to you, Mr. Mayor, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, similar to the parks, I wasn't going to initially bring this, but when we had this meeting 2 weeks ago and the generators came up, and when we asked how long they've been in service, nobody really knew. So that kind of was what drove me to this, because I was going to put the parks in front of you. And then this kind of snowballed from that, because I believe we need to start being more proactive as a community, looking at our greatest assets that we own and ensure that we're watching them long term. So I believe we should just have a plan, a little bit, help inform our plan. I shouldn't say we don't have a plan.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't have a chance to speak on the prior item, but the same principle applies in terms of my feelings. So, when we have a capital improvement plan, we're talking about in the ballpark of between 10 and $15 million worth of spending on capital projects. Now, granted, those are informed by department heads who do have, intimate knowledge of the needs of their facilities and what have you. But at the same time, the value in all of this is that, we're talking about the prospect of the council making a formal request to the administration to go about some more comprehensive planning in terms of directing those $10+ million worth of capital plans every year. And I think that is a very helpful exercise, and something along these lines that I want to point out. We're in the process now of beginning a needs assessment for a new public safety building. And this is something that is so widely recognized by people who work for the city, people who are in city government, people who are outside of city government, who realize that, look, our police department facility is in deplorable condition. Our central fire station, as I've referenced many times, as former Mayor Perry referenced many times, was designed at a time when the main method of transportation was horse and buggy. And so you have the entryway to the central fire station for these ladder trucks. We have to custom order fire trucks to fit through the entryways for the central fire station, which adds time, it adds cost, right, whenever you have anything custom ordered. Our DPW building, I say this not playfully, I'm not saying this literally, but if somebody were to blow on the DPW building hard enough, there's a chance it could come down. I'm not saying that literally, but it's in such a deplorable condition. When you go into the garage where they service vehicles, you look up at the ceiling and you can see straight through to the sky, right, in some areas. It's remarkable how much of a state of disrepair that building is in. And so we know that just by looking at it, right? But nevertheless, this, I think, speaks to the need for the needs assessment for the public safety building. This is calling on the administration to do some advanced planning in terms of our capital improvement needs. And, I think it makes sense. And, in terms of cost, we would have to go out and get quotes and what have you. And that's fine. We can deal with that. And in terms of a funding source, this is why we have our free cash, for instance, for one-time expenditures. And I think that, this deep dive into things from a facility standpoint, especially in the context of guiding the expenditure of how many tens of millions of dollars in capital upgrades, is something that I think is certainly more useful than not. So I just wanted to speak in support of the sentiment behind this, and I think it does make sense.
So in essence, Mr. Mayor, you were going to support the one that got tabled because you're saying it would have been the same context. Is that what you're saying?
Added planning never hurts.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councilor DeZoglio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to piggyback off what the mayor said, because, I know the cost of an audit, but this was a request, so the mayor would go out and do the audit. So how can we table it? I asked tabling it, we stopped him from doing that. So how is he supposed to put out to bid on a cost of an audit if we are tabling it? That was just my question.
Well, this is just the thought. So the resolution, I think, is an ask of the administration to consider going about whatever activities in the ask. And so, frankly, I think this is a good idea in terms of planning. And so
We should move to question. I think everyone's going to vote yes on this anyway.
I have a privileged motion on the floor to move the question. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor, motion by Councilor Pesh, second by Councilor Valley. I'll take a roll call.
Councilor Pesh.
Yes.
Councilor Santos.
What are we voting on here?
Yeah.
TR 26-6.
The resolution.
A resolution. So it's going to be, yes.
Councilor Smart.
No.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
Councilor McLaurin.
Yes.
Councilor Marsan.
No.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
It's 7 yes, 2 no.
Motion passes. Thank you. TR 26-7, resolution authorizing, did you have a question for me, Councilor?
Didn't know if we should motion to extend past 11 because we're.
Oh,
getting
you're
close.
excellent. Yes, it's 10:51. So
Second.
it was a motion to extend until the meeting ends by Councilor Drew, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. It is 10:51 p.m. We're 9 minutes short of ending our meeting per our rules and regs. So first, second, discussion. Take the roll call. I need 6 votes, correct? To extend. I think I need 6. Or do I need a motion to amend my rules first?
Motion to amend your rules?
No. Just extend the meeting.
Councilor Pesh.
No.
I need 6.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
No.
Councilor Valley.
No.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
Councilor McLaurin.
No.
Councilor Marsan.
No.
Chair Soto.
Yes.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no's.
Got 8 minutes. Let's go.
All right, let's go. 8 minutes. Come on.
All right, here we go. All right, resolution authorizing acceptance of the gift of 2,000 from.
Motion to approve.
Motion second by Councilor Fesh. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes. Great. TO 26-4, an ordinance amending the wage and salary classification plan unaffiliated to add the new position of Economic Development Coordinator requested by the mayor. Motion to approve.
So moved.
By Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Valley. Discussion. Yes.
Due to the questions and the time, I motion to table this until next meeting.
I have a motion on the table by Counselor DeZoglio to table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Santos. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion is tabled. Ordinance is tabled. TO 26-5, an ordinance amending the wage and salary schedule of Chapter 6, Section 6-5 of the Methuen Municipal Code, Department of Public Works Employee Association by adding the position of Sanitation Zero Waste Coordinator requested by the mayor. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. By, motion to approve by Councilor DeZoglio, second by Councilor Pesh. Discussion.
I'd like the motion to table this.
Motion to table by Councilor Drew, second by Councilor DeZoglio. All those in favor? Aye. Motion tabled. Oh, that's me. Any other business for the good and welfare of the community? I'd like to give the floor to Councilor Drew regarding his St. Patrick's Day event.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, there will be a fundraiser held from being sponsored by the Haverhill Chamber of Commerce and the Methuen Business Alliance at the cottage, Irish Cottage, 17 Branch Street on January 30th, next Friday, from 6 to 10, to support the St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Perfect. And they can pay their tickets at the door, correct?
Yes.
And the other announcement I have, Councilor Samard.
Yeah, for good and welfare of the community. Madam Chair, I just want to express my frustration here. I think you shortchanged the citizens of Methuen for snubbing me on a committee. I'm a veteran, I'm a police officer. And I admit I missed your comment to contact you, but you made it a point to contact me when you wanted the vote of the chair, where you professed to have transparency on your acceptance speech. There's no transparency there. You could have called me and reached out and said, hey, you failed to call me, but you didn't do that. Maybe because I was the only no vote, hence your snub vote. But just know next year, I'd like to be on those two committees, just if you are the chair. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Samard, for your statement on the floor. I must ask, though, I will not do special treatment, and therefore everybody took the time, day, energy to send their email, text, or phone call. Therefore, my assumption, as Councilor Pesh can attest to, last term, she just said she didn't reach out. She didn't want to be on a committee. That was my assumption from you. So if that's an error, my apologies, but we all have to do our part to be able to push this body forward. So if you're assigned on something, I'm sorry you missed it, but it wasn't on purpose.
I accept your apology, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And also, I wanted to announce that we have a Facebook Council page that is out and running by our IT department here. John Mallory runs that page. It is separate from this body. So anything you counselors want to promote, please send that email to John Mallory or our council clerks. They will assist you in getting that up and running, and you can get your message out to the community. Thank you for the time this evening away from your family. We've adjourned this meeting. It is now 10:56 p.m.
Good night, Methuen.
Thank you.